Hey, yo.
Let's get this invite over to Matt George. We gotta see if we can get AA on the stream one day.
Main man, J.A. Warren is first. What's up, man? Listen. Ramsey, what's good, man?
How's Ramsey feeling after last night?
But yeah, one of his 5 teams. Too many empty possessions for the Arizona Cardinals last night.
Okay.
They just may not be ready for them lights. Cliff Kingsbury may not be ready for them lights.
That's fine, but Rams are good too.
Rams are good.
Yeah, Rams are good. So that's it was what it was supposed to be. One possession game. I'm
just saying that they've been in them lights 2 times.
Yeah.
And when they play the Bears on Sunday at 10 a.m., they won by 3 touchdowns. But when them lights show up, it gets tight. I think they're both good teams.
McCaffrey out for the season.
I think they're both good teams, man. It's not an indictment on either one of them.
Why is this a tweet? Hadn't Christian McCaffrey been out for the season? He got COVID. He got COVID. That's what he's tweeting. He got COVID. It's a bad day in the NFL. Jesus.
It's a bad day in sports, man. It's
every 5 minutes
back. Every time I hear
almost think it never left.
See something. Think about you saying it hulked up.
In a season that started with so much promise, we find ourselves here. And not the low point for the Sacramento Kings, Casey. Just the latest low point for the Sacramento Kings. We'll talk through it together. We'll get through it as a family because that's what we do. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yeah.
We are so happy that you are spending this day with us. Lots happening in the sports world, and none of it's good. It's all bad everywhere from the NBA to the NFL. It is all bad. But we've got, as Draymond Green said, I got my problems and you got your problems in the Sacramento Kings.
That boy Draymond. He handled it fine, though. It came off like, relax.
He should have just tagged it. What are we, a WNBA franchise? Really, that's what they do every time they have to play a game.
But he handled it. He bounced back fine. I'm okay.
Draymond's tweeting about they did have tough. The Warriors did have a tough travel situation headed into New York to play the Knicks at Madison Square Garden. Will Steph Curry will almost certainly break the 3-point record. Tonight, probably in the first quarter, probably like in the first 3 minutes of the game, just because, again, I'm of the belief they desperately want to get this over with and just go back to doing what they do. But that's for later.
I got a question about that for you, about Steph later when we get to it.
We might not. So do you want to ask now? we got to be honest. We got Jason Anderson joining us. We got problems upon problems. Matt George is he's firing off podcasts like a madman. We got him coming up at 3:00. Like, we might not get.
I was just gonna ask you because it does end today. The quest for the all-time 3-point championship or whatever you want to say or ranking ends today. What is your? If you have 3, give me 3. But what's your number 1 Steph 3-pointer?
Oklahoma City.
Yeah, I think that's everybody's.
That's just ridiculous.
That one's crazy.
I felt like that was the birth of the logo shot. I'm sure it wasn't. I'm sure.
That's the
sure
first one I remember.
But he just it was nothing. Just pop.
That was an all-timer.
All right.
NBA, when NBA had something popping off with this Saturday thing, NBA Saturday prime time.
Night,
that was some good stuff. It messed up because the next year people start sitting out that game, and that's when it just lost all its steam.
Mhm.
But that was 2016 Warriors. Thunder, like, were really getting after them. They were like, yo, we're here, we're coming after you. Steph hits that one. Another underrated one was remember, I think it was 2016, game 3, first round against the Pelicans, where he shot a 3, missed it. I think it was a shoot to tie, missed it. Somebody, Iguodala, got the rebound, gets it to Steph in the corner, and he's almost gets fouled by Anthony Davis. And
it's like falling out of bounds.
And splashes that thing. Splashes it.
One day we'll be able to start the show with great basketball that is happening here in our city.
People. Don't lie to these people.
You're right. My sincerest apologies. My nose is growing right here on the live stream for those that are watching. And we welcome those on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. You're obviously a glutton for punishment and you want to talk about your team, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We welcome those listening on the Odyssey app in 1320 AM as well. The phone lines are open for you as always, 916-349-1320. Of course, if you're watching, you could jump in the chatty house and be a part of the conversation there right through the chat feeds on each of those platforms. Kings hit a new low last night, and again, it's not the low point of the season. It's just the new low point of the season as they managed to find a new low pretty much game after game after game now. They lose last night to the Toronto Raptors, who played I just noticed this. I did not notice this earlier. I was too focused on what the Kings were not doing. The Raptors played 11 guys last night, and 9 of them were in double figures. So do with that.
And one of the guys that wasn't in double figures. Well, look, I'll put it to you like this. The 2 guys that weren't in double figures played less than 10 minutes. If you played over 10 minutes, you got your double figures and points as well.
Malachi Flynn had 14, for God's sakes.
Malachi Flynn is pretty good, though.
So there you have it. That's where we are with the Sacramento Kings. They lose 124-101. It's another game where they started slow. It didn't feel like they were out of it after the first quarter, but it was certainly a frustrating start in the first quarter. And then again, for the second straight game, it was over at halftime. There was no reason to stick around and see what happened in the third. I can't tell you how infuriating it is to regularly watch a game and listen to our play-by-play guy, whether it be Mark Jones or Kyle Draper, have to utter the phrase, "The lead is down to 27. Jesus Christ. Like, you've got to be freaking kidding me. But that's where we are with this team. That's where we are with this group. Now you've got players-only meetings happening. You've got an angry Harrison Barnes. You've got a damn near broken Alvin Gentry. You've got emotional De'Aaron Fox, I guess. Like, that was his I don't know what the right word. He wasn't yelling. He's not a yeller. And this is kind of what we've talked about. He had a certain sound to his voice last night, and no one revealed what went on in the players only meeting, which is fine, is none of our business. It worked for Boston earlier this year. It hasn't worked for countless teams in the past. So we'll ultimately see what happens. But they've put themselves in an interesting spot here, KC, because you have this players only meeting. It's very public. Everybody knows that you have it. So what happens if you come out and get your ass kicked by a pretty decent Washington team?
Who knows? Who knows? I will say this about De'Aaron Fox yesterday. Games aren't won in press conferences or nothing like that. So it really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Mm-hmm. But I thought yesterday was about as good, I don't know if that's the word that I'm looking for, as I've seen / heard De'Aaron Fox after a game. And what I mean by that is you saw the frustration. Mm-hmm. You saw that he was taking this to heart. It wasn't little 2-word answers. Mm-hmm. He spoke about what was going on and revealed how he felt about it and some of the frustrations that he had. And I'm just trying to keep the same energy, because if I'm going to destroy this guy after what he did after the first Toronto game, with the hood on and all this other stuff, when he does stand up there, speak, say more than 1-word answers, and I'm going to acknowledge that too. You know what I'm saying? So I thought he was fine last night, but I mean the circumstances are still the same, and that's the bigger issue. That's the biggest issue. Is Harrison, Alvin Gentry, they have to continue to come to the podium after these embarrassing losses, where they're really not competitive whatsoever.
Yeah, and again, I'm sorry to use this phrase. We talked about it yesterday. We've talked about it several times this season. It's not just losing; it's the way that they lose. It's like you're not giving us a reason to watch. It has become the worst part about what we do for a living. We have to sit through this garbage because we can't turn it off.
Right.
I mean, we can. We better come back to it. Like we've got to have an idea of what went on there, and we've got to see the phony 10-0 run. The lead is down to 17. Oh, we've got something cooking here. 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Oh God, this is where we are. This is what we do. And then I get so frustrated. Listen, I want to see a hard foul. Well, I want to see someone pick up a technical. The hell is that going to do? That's going to eliminate a 25-point lead? You're going to pick up a technical, and all of a sudden that 25 points is going to disappear? Like, we keep trying to come up, and boy, I was watching. I was watching the announcers. I was watching the post-game show last night.
Yeah.
I was like, how's Kyle and Kenny going to deal with this? Like, I'm curious. And I'm listening to them, and they're pretty honest. I felt like, especially Kenny. I thought Kenny was pretty honest. But I felt like there was a moment where someone got in their ear and said, you're being too honest. Man, they hit the reverse button on that joint. I was like, wow. I have never seen that in the middle of a broadcast before. They just stopped and pulled back. I was like, whew. I've been told of phone calls that have come in. A phone call came in, and
that's sure what it seems like.
Because
I was watching as well, and I saw the same thing. And they would play the montage. I remember one time they just played a random highlight montage, and Drape said, "No, run that back.
Yeah,
I want you guys to see something." And it was just as putrid as what he saw the first time around. Yeah, and it was going in, and then, like you said, they weren't going in,
and then they weren't.
Just like that.
Man, that's that. But that's where we are. It's this team is beat up, and I think. This is all assumptions, by the way. I'll speak for myself. I think I can comfortably speak for my partner too. We didn't send any text message to ask what happened. We didn't ask if any call came in. Those guys are doing work. It's the team's flagship. It's just an observation that we both happen to have. That the tone of that broadcast changed pretty quick, which leads me to believe that the Kings organization is very sensitive about where they're at because they know they stink. They know they have a massive number of home games coming up the next 3.5 weeks. And I think the realization has set in, there's a strong possibility there ain't going to be a lot of people there.
There's not going to be a lot of people there. And if they're being honest with themselves, what the hell is, and I'm not saying they did this, but what the hell is telling Kenny and Drapes to stop? What is that going to do? Like we people who were going to the game don't know what's going on unless they're listening to Kenny and Drake. Now, they told them to calm down. So yeah, everything's good. No, we see what's going on, man. Like you two, this is, and then once again, this is an assumption. We don't know if this happened at all.
It's our observation.
But this is a prime example of worrying about the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Like you worrying about stuff that really doesn't matter and really has no effect. Because if you tell them to calm down, that's not the little lighter thing in Men in Black and make me forget what I saw, make me forget what everybody else saw. It's just, we're going to take a break. There's a lot that I got to dissect here with everything that's going on, because I think part of me feels bad for going in or having to go in. Part of me told you this was going to happen, not the losing, But if you lost, what was going to happen? We'll talk about it.
Let's do that. We've got 4 hours. We're with you all day. We ain't shying away from nothing, and there's no one who can call and tell us to shy away from anything. We got Jason Anderson set to join us. We'll talk to him about the state of the team and most importantly, the report he put out yesterday about the Kings, I guess, lack of interest in the Indiana Pacers bigs. So we'll talk to him. And then Matt George will be with us in the 3 o'clock hour as well. We have an interesting poll posted at youtube.com/ESPN1320. What strategy would you prefer? Trade everyone and start over, or home run trade and hope for the postseason? We'll give you the early results of that when we return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Okay, thank you. There's a lot of people in here early. Could you, I see y'all are voting in the poll, which is awesome. We super appreciate that. But could you hit the thumbs up too? Just vote, thumbs up, vote, thumbs up. And if you're new to the show, and I know a lot of you are, maybe we were fed to us through YouTube, subscribe to the channel. Like, we're good. I promise you, we're a good show. You'll like us. You'll like us. You'll really like us. Oh, man, I see y'all, man. Them thumbs up was jumping by tens. We're from 44. Woo, I see y'all. Keep them coming. Let's get to triple digits here in the commercial break. Y'all killing it. I see you. We're almost there already. Get some of the sound from De'Aaron and the rest of that crew loaded in here. See, Barnes, Fox, and Gentry. Okay, we got it. Let's go. 15 more. Let's get them in there. Please. All right. That's right. You know what it is, Dr. David.
Oh, man.
What are you laughing at?
Do you want to know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
His tweet. This guy tweeted out, and he goes, "She told me 15 years ago she'd wait until I was 30. I'm 30. It's a picture with this young man with Candace Parker when he was 15.
Oh. That's funny. That's funny. That is funny.
Sorry, sir.
I'll give you a funny tweet. I tweeted that thing about Buddy, coaches, general managers, and owners. Mm-hmm. My man quote tweeted, "Y'all tripping. Buddy is frustrating, but still one of the best shooters in the NBA. Malone was the only coach who used him correctly." I was like, wait, what? So I just hit him, fam. That never happened.
So a good a buddy of mine, I won't say his name because that's my guy, but he had texted me. We had talked at a couple of the games, and he was like, he's like, "Man, Luke Walton is the reason why it's not going good right now. Like, I need to fire him to progress." So he texts me, and he just says, "Bruh," and I was like, "I thought you said Luke was the fault, and eyes and looking and all that other stuff." And then he goes, "The only dude on the team with skill or heart to play in this game is Buddy." I went off on him. I went off on him. I said, I didn't go say what I said. I went off on him. Don't come to me with that nonsense right now.
Not to deviate us, because obviously we'll save this just for the commercial. Why the hell is there a movie for Sean Payton?
What?
There's a Netflix movie starring Kevin James as Sean Payton. That's not an interesting story to me.
They just be making movies about anything at this point.
Dude,
why is that a movie?
Good for Netflix. Like we are literally going to make a movie about anything.
Oh my gosh!
I think that's true. I think he's still the only individual, at least that I'm aware of or that I can think of, who just accepted a Roger Goodell punishment. He didn't fight it. He didn't anything. The Odyssey app, indeed, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320.
The streets wanted a body. The streets needed a body. I had multiple people saying, yo, diss track.
Oh,
diss track.
Let's
streets
go.
wanted a body. I said, I'm not going to give the streets a body.
No.
But the streets want a body.
We're getting close. Shoot, Kings win on Wednesday. It could still wind up being a diss track.
Oh yeah,
at this point,
it's one of them things where I'll make a pop record, but I'm still dissing you in the song.
Is there a pop record diss track? There's got to be.
Yeah, well,
pop record diss track.
Whatchamacallit was this was sad too. It was remember the Rock the Mic remix? When Nelly dissed KRS-One.
Oh yeah, Nelly. Oh, I do. I recall that. Yeah, I remember that well. Unfortunately, I remember that well. But at this point, we're getting dangerously close to any Drake bars that drop being diss tracks. With the way this team is performing, and there's obviously a lot to get into. We barely scratched the surface. I mentioned we have a poll over there at youtube.com/ESPN1320. What strategy would you prefer? Trade everyone and start over. Home run trade and hope for the postseason. 57% say the home run trade and hope for the postseason. Okay, it's close enough. We'll leave it up rocking. I mean, the show's only 20 minutes old. We'll continue to allow people to jump in here and cast their votes. Curious to see how this one winds up. Again, it's one of those things where I think if you posted this exact poll on Twitter, the results might wind up different. I'm come to think of it, I think we could probably do that over on the D'Lo and KC account and see what happens. But we're just at the stage of the season. We're at the stage of losing where everyone is trying to figure out what to do.
Yeah.
And whether it's trade De'Aaron Fox, whether it's trade everybody, whether it's build around De'Aaron, whether it's the home run pick, whether it's trade De'Aaron for the right guy. I'm not really sure, but that's just kind of the state of the fan base right now, and it is just searching for how to fix this thing.
It is dumbfounded. I'm dumbfounded when I sit up here and try to figure out how we got here. Like just this year, we know the whole 15 years, but how we got here, how we went from training camp to here is baffling to me. Baffling to me. You're down there. It looks like Charlotte is on track to be just as historically disastrous on the defensive end as the Kings were last year. If it wasn't for that, the Kings would be far and away the worst defensive team in the league.
Charlotte's average age is also like 17 and a half.
There's that.
But
there's that. But if it wasn't for Charlotte, once again, after all that talk in the offseason, all that talk in training camp, you're back doing the same things over and over again.
You're literally no better.
No better. And they've changed coaches in the 11 games that Gentry is coached. That I feel like they've gotten worse on defense. They're still in those 11 games. They're only in front of Charlotte for points per game a night. And the next thing, I think the Kings are at 119, giving up 119 a night. I think the team after them is giving up 114. So it's not close. Yeah, here it is. Charlotte in the 11 games that Gentry is coached, 120 for Charlotte is last. 119 for the Kings is next to last. And Minnesota is after them at 114. Like it's not even close. Everybody else is like 114 to 112, 110. Then there's another gap, 110. Like everybody else is pretty close. These two, the Kings and Charlotte, are on a planet of their own at 119 and 120 in those 11 games. It's pathetic.
Speaking of a planet of their own, our statistician Will Z hit us with this one on Twitter today. The Kings are giving up a league worst 52.7 points in the paint per game. That's the most in the league. Now there's a 4-point gap between the Kings and the 29th team. That's a larger gap than the 29th team to the 12th team.
Wow.
That's how bad the Sacramento Kings are in the paint.
Just putrid. And I talked about before the break what not just I saw, like I know you saw it too, but I talked about it before the season, all summer. And we hear people, oh, it's not Fox's fault. You think Fox is the problem, or if you think Buddy's the problem, or, wasn't Luke, and give Monty time, all this other stuff. And they're like trying to defend some of these guys, and I understand why. But we told you, if this thing goes south, everybody is in a pressure cooker.
Mm-hmm.
The heat is going to get turned up on everyone. Yeah. People will lose their jobs. People need to get out of town. We told you this just because this isn't Philadelphia. And traditionally, we love these players and all this other stuff here in Sacramento. Just because that's the case, we're sick of this. We're sick of it. It's the same damn thing every single year. And PR people and trainers and agents want to talk about, jumping off the bandwagon and all this. No, we're sick of this, man. This is trash. Every year dealing with the same thing. And they think, oh, well, it's Sacramento, so, they're just happy to have a team. There's nothing to do here. And they kind of use that as a crutch. And they don't understand, like, they're not going to show up to the games. We're going to get on here and voice our opinion. We're going to let people call in and voice their opinion. And if they say this guy needs to get the hell out of here, so be it. Because we're dealing with this every single year. And we're tired. We said over the summer, this is not going to be nice. This is not going to be pretty if it goes bad. Mm-hmm. And it's not. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if they don't care really, I don't think. But I don't know if people thought it was, hyperbole, or just talking just to talk. No, it ain't turning on everybody. We told you, you don't take care of business, everyone can get the hell out of here. It's what it is.
And there are some things like, we continue to, there's a group of people that are really out on De'Aaron Fox. And I can't tell anyone how to feel one way or another about any player, whether it be De'Aaron Fox or Buddy Hield. Y'all know how I feel about Buddy Hield. I'm tired. We're tired of seeing the same things. I'm tired of saying the same things about Buddy Hield. I don't believe he can help a team win. I was mentioning this to the chat house here on the live stream during the commercial break, and I'm not saying it to like clown this dude. I'm saying it because I find it legitimately funny, and I think this is the type of people who talk about Buddy the way that they do. And another thing, don't get it twisted. This isn't about Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield is a problem in a long, long, long line of problems for the Sacramento Kings. But this is the stuff that I find funny. I tweeted something last night about Buddy fooling general managers and coaches and all of these guys who have lost their jobs. And I thought in my mind, as I tweeted this, the danger of tweeting, this is harder on the coaches. This was about the failure of Alvin Gentry. Mm-hmm. This was about the failure of Luke Walton, the failure of Vlade Divac, and to this point, the failure of Monty McNair. But my man, quote, tweeted me and said, y'all tripping. Buddy is frustrating, but still one of the best shooters in the NBA. Okay. Oh, that's cap, but all right. Then he hit me with, Malone was the only coach who used him correctly.
Come on, man.
And I think I like, okay, those are the people who ride for Buddy are the ones who think that he played for Mike Malone. Okay. And I can pick this apart and figure my man was probably talking about Dave Yeager. He thinks Dave Yeager's the one who used him correctly. Wild, considering Buddy Hield is a big reason that Dave Yeager isn't here anymore. But again, Buddy Hield is not the problem. There is no the problem for the Sacramento Kings. There's a long list of problems. Where the hell has my beloved Harrison Barnes gone? And what the F is Tyrese Halliburton doing taking 2 shots in a game?
Come on, man.
Look, if your assessment on Tyrese is correct, and I believe that it is, because we talked to his dad at a game. He loves dishing the rock. He loves finding guys in the open floor. He loves contributing to everybody else's success. 2 shots in a game in which you are a starter. 2 shots in which in a game in which you're a key cog of everything that's going on. That's not acceptable. That's a problem I wasn't banking on having this year. You could have told me Buddy failed. I could have guessed that. You could have told me there'd be size issues. I could have guessed that. You couldn't have told me Tyrese Halliburton would just stop trying to be effective offensively. You couldn't have told me we were going to go through an entire NBA game where Tyrese was going to shoot the ball twice.
It's unacceptable.
You couldn't have told me that a coach put Terrence Davis into the starting lineup and said, hey, go out there and do something. Terrence Davis goes out there and does it and still gets knocked out of the rotation. Everybody out there talking about showcase. They gotta showcase these players. Showcase them. Y'all act like these general managers don't watch the games. You will showcase them. Buddy Hield was about to be moved for Kyle Kuzma and Montrezl Harrell very publicly on draft day. How long ago was draft day? Showcase him. Ain't nobody knocked down Monty McNair's door. Oh, we got The Athletic tweeting about it. We got Jordan Schultz. I'm hearing he hit you with a hashtag king today. Like, fam, you got to be kidding me. This was in The Athletic yesterday. Everybody knows Buddy Hield is on the market. He was traded on draft day. What are you talking about? Oh, but that's the state of the Sacramento Kings now. Everything is on the table. The Kings' name is in every reporter's mouth. And I'm looking around like, so we got Terrence Davis out there working, busting his ass, having his best stretch of the season. Falls out of the primary spot of the rotation. Cool. Fall back on the continuous Buddy Hield failures. Okay. And now we got Tyrese Halliburton, who we were waiting for to take another step. Just go like, nah, I ain't going to shoot today. You went Kobe Bryant trying to make a point. Like, nah, y'all don't want me to shoot? I ain't going to shoot. Except the difference is no one told Tyrese Halliburton he shoots too much. Game after game after game, Casey, I don't know what the hell I'm watching. I have no clue what I'm watching on a game-to-game basis.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I'm in the same boat. And Tyrese Halliburton does have a high basketball IQ. He does understand the game, see the floor, and things of that nature. But with that, you got to like really understand the game. And I know he does. I'm not saying this to say he doesn't. But you got to understand the game, know your personnel. You may want to dish the ball around, get 11 assists and all this other stuff. That doesn't work for this team, man. What you need is to be aggressive for this particular team with this roster, this group of guys. And when you get so fixated on, quote unquote, playing the right way, moving the ball around, things of that nature, that you lose focus on what your particular team is, what is the right way to play for your team. That's when you end up shooting 2 times in a game where your team is getting worked. It'd be one thing if you shot 2 times and you guys were up by 10 most of the game. It's working. It's good. But the second they went down 12, it should have been, all right, man, I've got to turn this
Well,
up.
they went down 11 right out the gate. But they turned it on, right? It's amazing. They used the 10-0 run to get within one.
It's nasty.
They were down 11. They were down 11-0 before I left the studio. We ended the show so everybody could go watch the Kings game. I had to get on the phone with Danny in San Francisco and the newest member of the ESPN 1320 family. And I'm just sitting here. I'm on the phone like, yeah, it's 11. It's really 11-0 already.
Sad.
So we're doing this. Okay,
sad, man.
Okay.
So, yeah, Tyrese's 2 shot attempts is just unacceptable. It's completely unacceptable. Harrison Barnes, I don't know if he's still hurt or whatever the case may be, but his performance is unacceptable.
Tyrese.
It's not good enough by any means.
Tyrese, Chimezie Metu, and Harrison Barnes went to the foul line yesterday the same amount of times that D'Lo, Casey, and Jesse did, along with the entire chat combined and every single person listening on the radio. Combine all our free throw attempts together. It's the same amount as 3 starters for the Sacramento Kings last night, which kind of in a roundabout way leads me back to De'Aaron Fox. For those who like, and again, I can't tell anyone how to feel about a particular player or how they're playing this year. I have no problem saying I'm not in the trade De'Aaron Fox camp. If you do, it better be that deal.
Yeah. Jaylen Brown, like TC said.
Right, exactly. Straight up. Hey, we ain't even going, hey, I'll do it straight up. Like our man TC yesterday. I'm with it. I'm with that 100%. But I'm not just in the camp of just trade De'Aaron for the sake of trading. I'm not in the camp of trading De'Aaron Fox for draft picks. I'm not in the camp of trading De'Aaron Fox for anyone other than a player at his level.
Right.
Or sweeten the deal up. You know, I think Jaylen Brown is above De'Aaron's level. You'd have to sweeten that deal up. But those are the types of, I don't even know that Siakam makes sense. Ben Simmons certainly doesn't make sense. Those are it's just not for anybody. I would rather this team find a way to build around De'Aaron Fox, which is something I think that they have failed to do. And I feel like I can confidently say that because I said the same thing about DeMarcus Cousins. I think they failed to build around DeMarcus Cousins. And now I'm looking at this, and DeMarcus is better than De'Aaron Fox. Like DeMarcus was very literally the best at his position for a very, very long time. De'Aaron Fox isn't that, and that's fine. But he's still really good. And I'd argue to be very, very careful about what you wish for. For those who want De'Aaron traded. Because he's still a top caliber player, in my opinion. He has faults, a lot of them. And we have painstakingly gone over the L's that I have taken regarding De'Aaron Fox's defense. He has regressed defensively, like in a major, major way. He wasn't good last year. He's just flat out bad right now. Just awful. And I don't know if those things can be masked. I don't know if those things can be covered up. We've asked him to shoot better free throws. I know he unfortunately missed 2 very high-profile free throws the other night. But again, he was 6 of 7 yesterday. He was getting to the foul line. Like he's working. He's starting to become that offensive player that we've been waiting for him to be. You said earlier in the year, you know what the crazy part is about where the Kings are? We're a De'Aaron Fox away from being really good. Well, now we've got De'Aaron Fox. But all of a sudden, Harrison Barnes is dead. I don't know who that dude is out there. I don't know if he's still hurt. I don't know if he's playing through pain or discomfort or what it is. And perhaps Rashawn Holmes is the most important player on the planet. This team has gone straight to hell without him. And maybe that's part of where Tyrese is struck. Maybe Tyrese is so dependent on Rashawn Holmes that when Rashawn Holmes isn't around, he can't find that shot. He can't get into the groove. He can't get into the rim. I don't know what it is.
If that's the case, then we got the wrong guy.
I understand. Yeah, I feel you. And I'm asking questions. I'm a broadcaster. I don't know what else to do. I'm still trying to rationalize how he was so passive last night in a game that they desperately needed him. But then again, that 11-0 run, that 11-0 to start, 10-0 to get back. Okay, you think, all right, we got a new ball game. And then Toronto proceeds to kick their ass some more. And it's like you have the Raptors knocked the Kings out of it. They knocked the Kings fan base out of it. They knocked everything out of that team in this fan base before dinner time yesterday. Fam, I was 2 shots in at 5:15. I was like, you think I'm playing? Bumble XO pairs greatly with garbage Kings basketball. I'm like, look, I'm gonna get through this somehow, and it's gonna be this Bumble XO, that black bottle right behind me.
The interesting thing about watching this team is like once again we talked about it against Cleveland, but these guys are easy work to everybody else.
Yeah,
like they talk about. I'm sure people talk about, people in the media, D-Lo and KC, talking about it, and they're not on the court playing. Fam, the Raptors look at them like easy work.
Yeah,
easy work. And you so concerned about what D-Lo and KC are saying or anybody else that you care more about that than the fact that you're contemporaries. Look at you guys like easy work. You guys are. I'm not saying they are literally. I'm just saying like people joke about you around the league. People that cover players joke about you around the league. You're a punchline, and
you're a punchline from dudes who are barely in the league. Like, think about that for a second. Dudes who are a sneeze away from being out of the league are cracking jokes about this team. Let's get Will Z in here real quick. 916-349-1320. Will Z, what's happening, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, man?
Couldn't help but say hi. Thanks. Got some numbers for Tyrese with and without Holmes, like you guys are saying.
Okay.
And it really does look like he's dependent on Holmes to kind of get it going. Just everything across the board is down without Holmes out there. Field goal attempts, points, assists, it's just all lower. But I'll tweet out the details, but field goal attempts 7.8 without, 10.8 with, points 9.3 without, 12.4 with. Just scares me a little bit. He's so dependent on him.
Yeah, that's not good enough.
Yeah, tweet that out, Will. Thanks, man.
That's just absolutely not good enough. You can't be that dependent on one person for your success.
Is the drop off that steep? Like I understand. I completely understand the point that you're making about being dependent on Rashawn. So what if we kind of flip the question and say a little bit, it's less about Rashawn, which I don't think is true. I think this is about the pairing of Rashawn Holmes and Tyrese Halliburton. But is the drop off from, sorry, no disrespect, Rashawn Holmes to Alex Lynn and Tristan Thompson or Damian Jones or wherever else you're going to put in that position, is it that big?
I don't think so. I certainly don't think so. I mean,
okay, I think both can be true. I do think there's a big drop off. Again, no,
I think there's a drop off because Rashawn is better, but big drop off where you just fall off the face of the earth.
Well, you shouldn't be losing by 20 on a night-to-night basis. I'm trying to make more sense of. I'm still trying to make sense of what's going on with Tyrese.
Alex Lynn was on the Wizards last year. Wizards went to the postseason. He was your starting center.
So he had a great point guard in Washington last year.
Great shooting guard too.
He had a really, really great shooting guard last year as well. We're just scratching the surface. There's a lot more to talk about. You'll hear from De'Aaron Fox. You'll hear from Harrison Barnes. You'll hear what Alvin Gentry said. We've got all that. We're going to talk to Jason Anderson as well. We'll talk to him about the state of the Kings. He asked De'Aaron about the players-only meeting, got shut down pretty quickly. And he had the report yesterday about the Pacers. And I guess I don't know if it's the lack of interest or just the lack of conversation with the Indiana Pacers so far regarding their big men. So we'll talk to Jason Anderson at 1:20 about that stuff.
And I want to ask you, Damien, I want to ask everybody out there too, because people need to get the hell out of here. You know what I mean? I'm not saying these people specifically, but when you talk about trading, what are the top 5 assets in order that the Kings have right now to move?
Okay.
I'm going to ask you that. I want to ask the people. Rank their top 5 assets.
Okay. We'll do that as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage. It's D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320. Is that a printer?
No, somebody next door is.
Oh.
I think they're drilling something.
Oh, okay. I was like, what is that?
It came out of nowhere just now. Let me see what the hell's going on out there.
I try not to. I don't even think I have one next to me. I don't even think it works.
Well, I do not often. Like once every couple of months, there's something to print out.
I got your socks on, Miss P. Thank you for those. That was very nice of you. They are dope. I really appreciate it. Rocking them right now.
Hold on, what's up?
Cam, you really I know that. So is the question do you want to move on from or just ranking the assets, period?
That's what the assets are.
Okay. All right.
I'll give you guys a hint. Buddy is not top 5.
Yeah, I'm with Miss P. I'm with Miss P, but I don't think I understood the assignment, which is
no, I'm not trading them either. But
that's par for the course when I'm.
But I mean, everything's on the table. I don't want to trade Fox, but when you're this sorry for this long, everybody's on the table, man.
No, Matt, we may not. We're talking Kings, baby. You're going to talk through your. We're going to talk through your
logo.
He's working through the company account. He wants people to know the Locked On Kings YouTube channel is out there. Go hit the
brand.
Go hit the subscribe button. That's good work by Matt George there. The YouTube channel blew up quick. I got that great podcast over there. Go subscribe to the Locked On Kings YouTube channel over there. We should have not 258. We should have 240 of the exact same subscribers because that's how many people are watching on YouTube.
Facts.
Yeah, that's what I heard. He probably was just being modest and didn't want to mention that. Those are the contractors adding the new 2-floor studio that Casey's building.
I'm not James Ham.
Right.
James Ham be just building a house on a house.
You're right. Yeah. He did. He built a whole house upstairs. It's like, you got a lot of space here. I was like, yeah, James, I didn't build any of it either. It came this way. That's facts. That's facts. Oh, man. Oh, that's Cap Joe Decker. That's lies. Kenny got the only compound here.
That's Cap.
Ooh.
Big Cap.
I really like Sabonis. I'll listen. I don't like it, but I'll listen. I know that's the one that I think that might be the only thing that gets it done, but I don't know. Anthony, I think you might be doing a little too much with that. I think if we got like 20, 30, 40, 50 games in, then maybe we have those concerns. Like Tyrese overall has been solid. It's just, I feel like it feels like he's capable of so much more than he's actually doing. And he's just like, I don't want to do it. I can.
Been told that my whole life.
I keep getting this. I keep getting that logo, man. I hope my stream looks okay.
Which the Wi-Fi?
I keep getting the little Wi-Fi logo, but it like pops up for 5, 6, 7 seconds and then disappears.
Yeah. For the last week or so, you freeze every now and then. Like you freeze for like 3 seconds and then come back.
I don't know what that is. Maybe you need to do a reboot during a commercial break. I'd be touch and go, but I could do it. Yeah, you could connect with us just about anywhere. Twitter, Instagram, same handles. You can hit us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Of course, the Odyssey app and 1320 AM. We appreciate those listening. And shout out to all the drivers, man. Much nicer day for you to be out on the road today. Spent the morning picking up the backyard and everything that Mother Nature did to it yesterday. Mother Nature just come to your house, make a mess, and don't clean up.
Don't clean up at all. They knocked over one of the courtside seats.
Oh my!
Knocked over. How that happened?
Oh, that was aggressive. Yeah, that weather was
knocking down the Spike Lee seats.
It probably ain't gonna rain again for like 6 months now.
Actually, supposed to rain tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
And then we're off on the weekend, and then it's supposed to rain early next week.
Been missing my Christina Warner, so I got to tune in and know what's popping. We asked you over on youtube.com/ESPN1320. These votes have been piling in this morning. What strategy would you prefer? Trade everyone and start over, or home run trade and hope for the postseason? 55% say home run trade. So that leads me to believe that people still, despite what the loud group on Twitter says, there are a lot of people a lot of Kings fans who still really believe in this team and think that the right deal could put them in the right spot. And I think this is where I'm starting to get uncomfortable about a preseason conversation we had, where we were talking about, I think we were having a discussion. This may have been before the play-in was solidified, like that the play-in was going to continue and it was going to happen. And I was telling you, I don't want the play-in, because the play-in, I think, it's just a false measurement of where you are. And my argument was, I don't want this team to make the play-in and be a 36-win team. And the realization of the likelihood of a 36 or 37-win team being the 10th spot is really starting to rear its head. And this isn't just Kings-wise. Portland's involved in this. San Antonio is involved in this. Like, you look around, like the team that makes that 10th spot, potentially the team that makes the 9th and 8th spot, aren't going to have particularly sexy records. But the team that makes the 10th spot is going to be really bad. And I'm barring winning those two play-in games and being the 8th seed, I don't know how I'm going to feel if this team gets to the postseason. And like in the moment, it's like, all right, cool. We've got a chance. Right. And then it's going to be over and it's going to be like, wait a minute, it's a 36-win team.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, the Kings make it with 36 wins. The NBA next year goes, okay, yeah, we're just going to go back to the 8.
Facts.
We're going to go back to the 8.
Yeah, we've done too much.
And then it's like, okay, are you better? Like those are going to be my questions headed into the offseason. Like, are you better next year? And it feels like this team has so much work just to be I'm not even talking about better, just to be competitive this year. That, man.
I mean, so it's interesting because I look at the roster and I look at people on the roster, and much like I did with the 49ers, when people were like, this roster is full of holes. I said, I don't think it is. I don't think it's full of holes. I think they're capable of, and talking about the 49ers, I think they're capable of playing much better than what they have. They haven't the people on the roster have not taken care of business, have not played a clean game, have not had that focus needed to win a game in the NFL and win these close games.
Or the NBA.
Well, no, I'm talking about the 49ers.
Oh, okay.
Then I'm saying, I'm looking at the Kings roster, and I feel generally the same way. Like, people are like, this roster, is just poorly constructed.
I'd argue
Like,
the 49ers couldn't win a game in the NBA either, but that's it. I got you.
I don't know. Some of these NFL players, man.
Unless they played the Kings. Of course, if they played the Kings, all bets are off.
Defense will be good.
Be better.
Defense will be very physical.
Yes, it would. Yes, it would.
Football players.
97 out there running around like a madman. Real talk.
But I kind of feel that same way about the Kings roster, though.
Yeah.
Like I don't think it's this bad, terrible roster. I think it is capable, or they have the talent and the people on the roster to play better than what they're showing right now. Absolutely better than what they're showing. And if they were to come back around and get some kind of plan or something like that, I think it would be more so a part of this roster and people on this roster playing up to what I think their capabilities are, as opposed to they just kind of backed in with this bad roster. I feel if they were to get there, it'd be more of that. And that could be something maybe you could build on. Now with that, there's still, I don't go away from what I said before, what I reiterated last night. This group can't get it done.
Yeah.
They can't get it done. They need to break up this group. And once again, that doesn't mean all 5 or 6 guys that I named need to go. That means at least let's start with 1, 2, maybe 3 of these guys got to move, and you take it from there. But this group can't get it done.
I want to get to the question you posed about ranking tradable players, tradable assets here. But I do want to get to these phones here first, Casey. So we'll get to that in just a heartbeat. 916-349-1320. Let's start with our man Pablo. Pablo, what's happening?
Hey, fellas. I got 2 things. I got a trade strategy and a silver lining for you to make you feel better.
All right.
The silver lining is all is not lost. We did win a Summer League championship.
It's true. Summer League champions of the world. That's accurate. Can't take you. No one can ever take that moment away from us.
Don't take it back to back, baby. But yeah, but you could remember the enthusiasm we had when they did that, man. That's what we need to find back. But my strategy for trading is just, you could kind of do an opie-dope when you're trading for somebody, maybe with the name player, but you really go after young talent. Like, for example, Portland, they got that backup point guard, Anthony Simmons.
Yeah, Anthony Simons, yeah.
That kid is a baller. And they got other teams like that. They have this like the untapped talent, but you can see when they get their minutes, they produce. So, you get something like that and a trade back, you might be able to continue to build and not have to wait so long.
Okay. Yeah. I know you won't turn that down. You're a big fan of Simons.
Simons for sure. That's my boy right there.
I'd be stunned if Portland had any interest in moving on from him at all. But I don't think that's the home run swing either, though.
The funny thing,
I like it, but I don't think it's a home run swing.
I'm just following up on because of what it is. I think, I'm not sure, but I think Portland has a tough decision to make with Simons, though. Like, I think they can re-sign him. They have club control, but it would, put them even more into the luxury tax and all that other stuff. So if they
going nowhere.
Yeah. So I think the whole thing is if they can't move on from any of those big contracts like the Nurkic, CJ, I don't think they may be forced to move on from Anthony Simons. So I say that saying the name was brought up. Maybe they would be looking to move on from him.
Okay. Let's grab Jacob here real quick. 916-349-1320. Jacob, appreciate you listening, man. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? My thinking is I see a lot of similarities with the criticisms on Fox back on DeMar DeRozan, because DeMar DeRozan didn't make the playoffs, I believe, till his 5th or 6th year when they got him Kyle Lowry some help. I feel like the Kings need, like, the NBA's a league of duos. We got Fox, who's a consistent 20 points per game scorer. We need to get somebody else that can do that as well. Halliburton might be able to do that, but I feel like he's 2 years away from hitting that point. And that's about it.
Okay, so, right on, man. Appreciate you, Jacob. Yeah. Thank you for that. I'm in the be patient with De'Aaron, and I I want him to be better defensively, but a lot of that, the offensive woes he had earlier in the season, I think, are starting to get worked out. It's just really unfortunate. Everything seems to have gone to hell at the same time. And this isn't a situation where he's, scoring 28 points on 25 shots. He's pretty efficient, and he's getting to the foul line a lot, and he's connecting on his foul shots. Again, you could leave the Charlotte jokes aside. Like, I know how that game ended. Box score wise, he was 8 of 10. You know what I mean? Like, he's starting to hit those. Well, he needs to do this. He needs to do this. All right. Well, he's doing it. And then maybe if we thrust upon him being a better defender, maybe that happens. Maybe if we thrust on him being a better defender for 48 minutes, I don't know. He was a good defender against Los Angeles, and he shot like hell. Like, I can't believe that those two things aren't related somehow. And I think a lot of point guards, and you point this out regularly, a lot of point guards have the ability to have moments or have bad defensive stints with De'Aaron because they have bad defensive stints because they have other guys who can make up for that. When the whole team is bad defensively, it just gets magnified. Like, whoa, De'Aaron's really bad. Like, you can point to, like, the really good Chris Paul's a really good defending point guard. Really, really good. When he wants to be, which very much is not all of the time. And I think that's the case with a lot of point guards in the league because so much falls on their shoulders. It's like, okay, I'm going to rely on levels 2 and 3 to help me out on this defensive end. So if someone gets by me, Chris Paul's case, we'll stick with that. I got DeAndre down there. It's fine. Right. If someone gets past me, I got Mikal over here. It's good. Like, I know where my help is at. And Fox don't have no help.
He don't have no help, and it's what we
be that bad. Like, when you don't have any help, you can't be that bad.
Right. And it's what we talked about, numerous times. Like, I'm of the camp where, like, you need to kind of hide him on defense. I've been saying that for a long time. If you're going to ask him to score 25 points a night, can't ask him to be this top flight defender either, because nobody does that. There's like a handful of people in the league who do that, who like, yo, we need 23 to 25 from you a night and a lockdown defensively. That's asking a lot. Yeah, that's asking a lot. So, I like the way he's played offensively as of late, the last, couple weeks. But he's got to find a way to translate that to this team being better. And if some of that means defensively, he's got to shoulder some of the load or whatever the case may be, or talk to these guys about what needs to happen defensively. Or if I'm him and I'm saying, I'm going to pick it up on the defense, but maybe there's going to be times when I need you guys to still look to attack on the offensive end. Maybe they just don't have those guys. I don't know. But it's got to translate now. Now he's playing well, and the team has completely taken a nosedive. So they got to find that balance. They got to find a way to do both.
You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. I'm Damien Barling. He's Kenny Caraway. Jason Anderson of the Sacramento Bee. Kings beat writer is going to join us in about 20 minutes. Matt George of the Locked On Kings podcast is going to join us coming up in the 3 o'clock hour as well. We have sound from Harrison Barnes, De'Aaron Fox, and Alvin Gentry from last night's post-game press conference that we'd like for you to hear. But you asked the question just before the break, and I don't want to let that slide too much longer.
Yeah, so I asked the question. I said, and a buddy of mine asked me this last night, and he asked me, he said, what rank the top 5 assets that the Kings have right now? And where my head went with that is like, if they're trying to do a trade right now, what are the things that'll net them back the biggest return? All things considered, like doing a trade, everything that has to do with a trade right now. And my 5 in order was Halliburton, Fox, Barnes, Davion, and Bagley. Those are my 5.
So, two things. You didn't say Rashawn?
No, because they can't. I don't even know if they can trade Rashawn yet.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're talking about right this second.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. And the reason, and so I'm going to ask what I think other people. The reason you put Tyrese over De'Aaron was what?
The contract. Okay. The contract, and whether we like it or not. I mean, like, I think De'Aaron's the best player, and he's a better player, and he would net you back more. You know, you'd have a better chance of getting some type of all-star back in return for De'Aaron Fox. I mean, I'm sure there are some people out there that are like, I like De'Aaron Fox. I don't know if I like him for $160 million. Kind of how I feel about Ben Simmons, right? Like, I don't think Ben Simmons is a complete scrub. Like, if he was on a rookie contract, you know, yeah, I'd roll the dice. I don't like Ben Simmons having to pay him $40 million for the next 4 years. Like, I don't trust that. I'm not saying De'Aaron is in the same boat, but I'm just saying, like, that plays a factor. You know what I mean? So a team that might like him might be like, man, I like him, but I don't like him for that price. Halliburton, and I'm not trying to say this disrespectfully, but just saying what it is, there's still the perception and the reality that he's like really good and he's on a rookie deal. And you might be able to net something really good for that.
And you would, if you're really high on Tyrese Halliburton, he'd be on your team for a very long time. It's essentially trading a proven draft pick.
Yeah.
Right. Rather than, the unknown. It could land here, it could land there. Like, no, this dude was drafted last year.
Right.
I think he just, we looked this up a couple of days ago. Recently, within the last less than a week,
he might not even be there, because I think that was last week. Didn't he play 72 games?
Played 3 games. No, it was 80. He had played 80.
Oh, 80? I thought it was 72. Okay.
I think he had played 80. I'll look it up to confirm. But the point we're trying to make, if you weren't with us last week, and shame on you, you're supposed to be with us 20 hours every single week. That's the rule. He had just played his, he had at the time we had mentioned this, he hadn't even played his 82nd game yet. He's played 84 now. He's played 84 career games. So a proven draft pick is what Tyrese Halliburton is. So I understand that line of thinking. Now, out of that list that you just made, and for those who just tuning in, Rashawn can't be traded yet. You're talking about right now. And it's a big 9:01, James Ham, if you're listening. Boy, you better have something for me at 9:01 p.m. tonight.
Hey, even more than James Ham, Monty McNair. The move that you made, that you've let this team just die for the last 3 weeks. Oh, it better not be cash consideration, second round pick, because you could have done that last week, 2 weeks ago. If you're really out here waiting for December 15th, I need more than random player, G League player.
December 15th has been built up bigger than any day any random ass day in the NBA season that I can remember in recent history.
Hey, look, and I'm gonna say this, because we talking about everybody. Monty McNair's let this team die for the last 3 weeks. He's let them just die. And that's coming off the heels of essentially punting last year. Just what we call it, a gap year for last year.
That's what somebody called it.
He's done much of nothing for his first year and a half. And this team was dying. And they fired the coach. And they continued to die. And he still hasn't done anything. He hasn't done a damn thing.
Well, I'm with you 100%. But I also I want him to do something that matters. Like what you just said, a cash considerations in a second round pick, man. Don't give me that. Do something that impacts this team in a positive way. And I think Kings fans, and I think you and I think all of us are like, do something that drastically impacts this team. You have traded, and I hate using this term, but it is what it is. You have tradable assets in some of these guys. And I don't believe Buddy is one. I believe you had the best deal imaginable, and that deal is never going to, anything of that caliber is never going to exist again. There is nothing along the lines of Kyle Kuzma and Montrezl Harrell that's going to exist for Buddy Hield for moving forward. If you trade Buddy in the coming days, weeks, months, just a guess on my part, it's solely to get him off of this team. I don't think you're getting anything in return for him anymore.
I agree, and I said that over the summer. Like, you're gonna have to get rid of this guy. You're not gonna win that trade, player-wise. I don't think you're gonna win that trade. So you're gonna have to move him just to move him, and I'm not even against that. Like, I believe it'd be addition by subtraction. Personally,
I'm with you. You had the list of tradable guys right now.
Mm-hmm.
And you mentioned, Tyrese, and you ranked them: Tyrese, De'Aaron, Harrison, so on. Would you trade any or all of those guys?
I'd trade any of them if the deal was right.
Mm-hmm.
Now the
problem with De'Aaron is there's probably only a couple,
right?
Like realistic deals. There's probably
there's not a lot out there realistically that you could make for De'Aaron Fox, and if he stays here, I'm perfectly fine with that. That's fine. You know what I'm saying? Look, we're talking about a Jaylen Brown type deal. That's an all-star. That's a bona fide all-star. Yep. So you kind of be ridiculous to sit up there and say I wouldn't even inquire about Jaylen Brown. You know what I mean? So that's what we're talking about when we talk about De'Aaron Fox. Tyrese Halliburton. I mean, I want Tyrese here. I love Tyrese, but I don't know. We got to talk.
Mm-hmm.
We got to talk. One thing that came to my mind is if Portland was talking about CJ McCollum for Tyrese Halliburton. CJ's not perfect. Once again, I don't think there's players out there that you can get that don't have some warts.
But is CJ even playing?
He's not playing right now.
He's getting back on the floor this year.
I don't know. I don't know how long that's
his lung collapsed. That's not a report that comes across in the NBA, very often.
Isn't that a situation that has happened a few times in the NFL? And they come back. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably. Jason Witten probably played with a collapsed lung. For God's sakes, I think he played with. Somebody played with like a punctured spleen. NFL is different.
What's the name came back? Tyrod Taylor. Isn't that what happened with him? Was it a spleen or he got his lung?
His was his lung. Yeah, they punctured his lung. Like they were giving him a shot and the doctor screwed up.
And he was back on playing football in what, about 3-4 weeks?
I think he was gone. I think he was gone for a while.
He wasn't gone but no, he wasn't because.
Isn't that how Justin Herbert started?
Yeah, but Tyrod came back and played. I feel like.
Oh, okay.
I could be wrong, but I feel like he came back and played.
I don't know. I'm concerned about the point in all of this is I'm concerned about CJ. That was.
But he'll be, and I understand he'll be back though. He'll be back. I think this year he'll be playing. And I don't know. Do you think about something like that's a risky move because number one, I love Tyrese.
30
I don't
plus.
Want to move him, but
he's 30 plus. I don't know, man.
He's making a lot of money.
I'm talking about years. Isn't he 30 years old?
Oh, I think he's 30. Yeah, he might be 30, 31 or something like that.
The one that I think you could work with Harrison now. I didn't want to do that originally, but I just kind of feel like it's not happening anymore. And I held on to that one as long as I could.
Steven BTS comes with a good one.
Oh my!
And he says Barnes and Hallie and a protector first rounder for Ingram or Jaylen Brown. I don't think that'll get it. It might get it done for Jaylen. Like that's a lot.
That might. The weird thing. Yeah, the weird thing for I feel like I feel like Brad would do that. I feel like Brad Stevens would do that. The weird one is New Orleans. I don't know what the hell New Orleans is doing moving forward. I think we're weeks away from the shams alert that Zion Williamson's done for the season. That they're just shutting him down completely.
Look, and with that deal right there, Barnes and Hallie, for in a first rounder for Ingram. I'm not gonna lie to you. I would ask for a protector first, but if they said no, unprotected, I still might think about it. For Ingram or Brown, and you still keep De'Aaron Fox, you still keep Davion Mitchell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, and you're giving up guys that we love. I love Halliburton, Lil Magic, love Harrison.
And you're comfortable sliding Davion into that role.
Yeah. Okay. Davion or Terrence. I mean, Davion might still come off the bench. You put Terrence in there, whatever the case may be, just for a little more size. But, I mean, that's what we're talking about, though. Like, when we talk about a deal, that's kind of what we're talking about. Like, for what we're asking, I don't think you're going to see Harrison and or Halliburton and maybe even Davion around.
Gerald Wallace had a collapsed lung in the 2008-2009 season. He missed 7 games. Terrence Jones had one in the 14-15 season, and he missed 6. I have no idea how many games we were on for CJ McCollum, but we don't even know if Jaylen Brown, Brandon Ingram, if any of these trades are realistic. We know Domantas Sabonis and Miles Turner are, but apparently the Kings aren't interested. That's what Jason Anderson told us yesterday, or maybe that was the wrong use of the word. Maybe they are interested. They just haven't communicated with him yet. I'm not really sure. We'll try to get to the bottom of it when Jason Anderson joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Scotty C, we've been giving the keys to the youth to this organization for a long time. They've got to build something, man. Got to build something. I don't like the CJ idea, but I like the other ones. I like the other ones a lot.
One goes hard.
I'm afraid CJ might just. I don't know. Watching CJ without Dame will be interesting. It will be.
It is. See, the issue and the concern that I have for Halliburton is I don't think these moments like last night, I don't think that's going away. Like he kind of told you, I've been hearing this my whole life. You need to shoot more. Nothing.
Yeah.
Like that's not going to change. So, he's going to go through stretches where you want him to shoot more, or he just kind of, disappears out there. If you're okay with that, if you think that you want to just build elsewhere to make up for that, then that's fine too. But just know that that's not going anywhere. Like, you're going to have these 2-attempt nights. What did he do it against Philly? Philly was like a week and a half ago, 0 points, 11 assists.
Yeah.
Like that's not going.
Like, what, 0 for 5?
Yeah. That's not going nowhere. So,
yeah. Yeah, Spencer Dinwiddie is that's an interesting one.
Yeah, I always like Spencer Dinwiddie.
Maybe I'm not remembering. I feel like he started the season really well,
and
then didn't. And then it just then it stopped. I don't know. John, you funny, bro. Oh yeah, Tatum's not happening. He's the pillar in Boston. He is the pillar in Boston for sure.
Are you into Spider-Man at all? Gonna see that, gonna watch it.
I don't mind watching those movies, but I never know like the big story to it. Like the trailer honestly confuses me.
Yeah, that is a little confusing.
There's because I watched the trailer and feel like there's obviously something I'm missing, and I don't. So is this like some blend of like multiple Spider-Mans? Because all of those guys are in the Spider-Man. I forgot the actor's name, but they're in like the Spider-Man that I know. So this is like a mix of the two? That one, yeah. I almost called him Jerry Maguire. Tobey Maguire. Okay, yeah. Yeah, see, that's the tough thing with like Marvel and like they all look cool, but it's like, wait, you didn't see the last couple of movies, then you can't watch this one. I was like, well, damn, well, shit, what am I? All right, forget it then.
This one
Now it becomes an investment of like 3 weeks to catch up on all these movies.
This Spider-Man, the guy who plays it now, I like him a lot better than Tobey Maguire.
Okay.
This Peter Parker's good. And it's weird because I don't know, this doesn't match up at all, but obviously the Miles Morales one, I love that one. Miles Morales one is dope.
I don't think I know what that is. Hey, Jason's on the phone, by the way. Jesse. Okay. Check out the Odyssey app right now. You could download it. You could discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now for sports and music fans, by sports and music fans. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. We've got Kings tickets. Sorry to laugh. Not funny. Nothing funny about that statement. We've got tickets to see the Kings in Dallas coming up on New Year's Eve. We'll have those tickets for you coming up at the top of the 2:00 hour. So Jason Anderson's going to join us here in a heartbeat. Kings tickets at the top of the 2:00 hour. Matt George, who's already hanging out in the chat, he's going to be with us coming up at 3:00. And so we have got you covered as it pertains to your Sacramento Kings, both here on the radio and we'll get you there in person as well. We're talking about a lot of fictitious trades. We're talking a lot of what ifs and this and that. And one thing that we do know, or at least we believe that we know, is Domantas Sabonis and Miles Turner have been made available for trade, which certainly got a lot of Kings fans excited late last week. And then Jason Anderson, wet blanket Jason Anderson, came along with his reporting. Jason Anderson of the Sacramento Bee and told us, hey, not so fast.
WBJ.
As we welcome in. What are you doing reporting facts and different stuff like that? Like Jason Anderson of the Sacramento Bee with us here on D-Lo and KC. Is this lack of interest, or Monty's been busy and just hasn't called yet? Like, can you elaborate on your report a little bit about this Indiana stuff?
Yeah, I suppose I can. I think you have to view it as as a lack of interest, because there just hasn't been communication. There hasn't been dialogue, I'm told. I checked in on this last week and was told no, the Kings haven't engaged on that front. And I thought about writing it then, but it was early in the process. The news about Sabonis and Turner and Karis LeVert had only been out there for, maybe 48 hours. And so I figured I would let it breathe a little bit and just see what happened. And then, yesterday decided to check in again with a couple of people that I know that I thought would know what was going on, and found out, no, still nothing. No dialogue was the response from one of them. No dialogue at all. And from the other, no, nothing happening there. So they just haven't engaged on that front. And, I think, for a day or two, maybe they're just waiting on something or whatever it is. But, after a week with two guys like that on the market, if you haven't reached out at that point and started some discussions, it leads me to believe that you're probably not looking in that direction. So it may be because they have something else in mind, something else they want to do, maybe something stylistically where, they question how those guys fit here, one or the other. The impression that has been given nationally is that the Pacers are open to trading one or the other, probably not both. So, we'll see. I'm not even saying that the door is closed and that they can't begin those discussions at some point, but I've been told in pretty uncertain terms that there hasn't been any dialogue there at this point.
Yeah, and you're only reporting what you're hearing and things of that nature. But that's on the Kings' perspective, on Monty McNair, that's pretty ridiculous. I mean, that's pretty ridiculous. This team has been dying for the past 3 weeks, and you need an influx of talent to not even kick the tires, so to speak, or just call. It takes nothing to make a phone call. It takes nothing to send an email to say, hey, we heard about this report. Hell, is it true? Just start there. Is it true? If they say yes, what are you guys looking for? What it is. We're not saying that we're going to make a deal, just saying what are you guys looking for? Just to make any kind of inquiry at all takes nothing. And the fact that they haven't done anything, I mean, Monty McNair, I'm not really sure what his end game is or what he's doing or what he's seeing at this point, because this is getting ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know. The one thing I guess I maybe in fairness, I would want to point out is, like, it's possible Monty has had these discussions with Indiana in the past and just knows that there's not a deal there for them, that maybe Indiana's not interested in what the Kings are willing to offer in that kind of a deal. So if in fact there hasn't been any discussion this time around, it's possible that they've talked in the past and they already kind of understand each other on that level. But I don't know. I tend to agree with you. If these guys are being made available now, obviously something has changed in Indiana. Whatever past conversations you've had about Domantas Sabonis and Miles Turner, something has changed now because the Pacers are now reportedly looking to rebuild and even putting Karis LeVert out there, who is a good player in his own right. He can definitely help a team if he can stay healthy. And so, I think I'm with you. I think those are conversations you should be having. I don't doubt that he's having many of these conversations with a whole bunch of teams around the league right now, and that something is probably going to happen. At this point, though, to me, it just doesn't look like this is going to be the move.
Yeah. Jason, I'm going to give you the same edict I gave James Ham. If you don't tweet something at 9:01 tonight, we've been counting down to December 15th for months. This whole thing is a failure. We need an announcement at 9:01. The way this day has been built up. December 15th. It's a big day, Jason.
Want to trade?
Yeah, it's a big day. It's the unofficial start of trade season. It's as they put it. I think Woj has put out some numbers that like 85% of the league is eligible to be traded as of tomorrow. So it just opens up some possibilities that haven't been there up to this point. Where I think the number previously was like 64% of the league was eligible. So there's a new pool of players joining the list of the trade eligible, and maybe that shakes some things loose and some things start to happen.
If I asked you, sorry, Casey, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I've said a number of different times, Monty McNair it better not be no second rounder. It better not be anything that you could have done 3 weeks ago, because I keep reiterating, this team has been dying a slow death for weeks now, and they've done nothing. And if they were we're going to stay the course. We're going to wait for, that December 15th or whatever the January is as well, where they can move somebody like Rashawn Holmes, whatever. I needed to pay off. I don't need no G League two-way contract guy, because you could have done that 2 weeks ago. So look, man, he's maybe moving in silence because it didn't work out the first 2 times he tried some trades in this NBA. So maybe he's moving in silence. But I'm telling you, come tomorrow, like Damian said, if that's what you're waiting for and you make a move, then it better be something worth it. I know that much.
Yeah, well, I think moving in silence is his preferred MO anyway. When the stuff with the Lakers deal got out there, I don't think that was his preference. Obviously with Milwaukee, when they thought they had a sign and trade for Dante DiVincenzo, that blew up in their face because somebody presumably on Milwaukee's side got a little antsy in leaking that information. And so, I think we should not be surprised that we don't know what is happening and what they're doing right now. But to your point, they have to do something. I mean, we know this team needs something. We know that this roster, the way it's constructed, has its flaws. I think it goes just beyond the positional needs of the team and kind of that. Like, look at the glut of guards on this team, and then the glut you have at the center position, and these guys are killing each other every day, just trying to get minutes, trying to get in the lineup, trying to get a role. And then you've got like this hole, that Harrison Barnes and Mo Harkless can't fill on their own. I mean, we asked going into the season, what happens if one of those guys gets hurt? And you essentially had them both out recently. And so there's a problem there in the way the roster is balanced. And then I think it goes deeper than that in terms of the I don't know, I don't want to play armchair psychologist, but there's something with the psyche of this team and, the confidence and really, I think we started to hear little hints last night that there's a trust issue in that locker room. And De'Aaron talked a lot about it last night. He didn't want to get into what was said in the closed door meeting. And that, you honestly don't expect that. So that's fine. But every other question he answered, to a pretty great length. I mean, he talked about how you got to hear each other's voices on the court. He said, we all like each other. We talk off the court. We got to talk on the court. You got to hear people. You got to, not just on the bench, you got to hear somebody, I'm behind you. I got you. And you got to know that when, you get beat, somebody's behind you to come help, and they will come help because they know somebody's behind them to help. And right now they don't have that level of communication or trust in each other. And it's a problem. So, they need to do something that, look at the fan base and how up and down it is. And it's been this way for years. It's wild how much it fluctuates. But I was just thinking this morning, I was looking at this team and how they've run this year. They start 5-4. Okay. They're okay. Then they lose 7 out of 8. Luke gets fired. They have, some embarrassing, low point losses there. I've had that Laker game at home. I don't remember anything like that in the Sacramento era. It was to lose your building. You lose the fort, and you've got all these, Laker fans in yellow jerseys yucking it up and high-fiving and chanting, let's go Lakers. And the Kings fans got run out of the building. It was an absolute embarrassment. Lowest moment, I think, maybe in a long, long time. I don't know what I would put above that. And then they bounce back from that, and they're actually 5-3. Under Gentry at one point with 3 wins in a row, and now they've lost 3 in a row, and we're right back where we were November 21st when Luke was fired, in terms of just talking about blowing it up. So I don't, I think for Monty, there's still an element of who the hell are these guys and why, Gentry can't answer it. Nobody's been able to tell us why they can't achieve some basic level of consistency. And I don't know. They don't know who they are right now. And I think that when you get back to all the issues of the roster construction and the psyche of some of these guys and being soft and you need somebody to come in and change that. And, Gentry, God bless him. He's probably got more fight. He went at David Griffin reportedly a while back when they were in New Orleans, and this dude's 67 years old. Yeah. Where's the fight from the team? Who on this team is willing to go get in a fight with somebody? I don't mean that literally, but just, this team needs some fight. They need something, and we'll see what Monty can do about that.
If Monty doesn't know who these guys are, he needs to listen to D-Lo and KC. We've been telling him for months who the hell they are. We know what we have here with this group, and it ain't it. It's not working with this particular group.
Are you going to get your BFF a going away present? Because it's got to be a matter, Jason. It's got to be a matter of days at this point. Are you going to get him like a framed picture of his Egyptian outfit?
That's actually a hell of an idea. I might. I don't know. I've told him that picture's never going away. I'm going to be 80. He's going to be 60 or whatever it is, and I'm still going to be like texting him that photo like every once in a while just to bust on him. But Buddy, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm going to miss the personality in that locker room, and Buddy really does have like a good heart, and he is playful, which has come off maybe wrong sometimes, but a good-hearted dude, good personality, and I'll tell you what, he cares. If you look at the floor and who's like working hard, who's trying to do something, Buddy cares. There are some dudes I look at. Go ahead.
He busts his ass, Jason. No one I think ever questions that. But like, I'll ask the question that was asked of De'Aaron last night. Does losing bother him?
Yeah, well, another part of that question to De'Aaron was, is there a numbness that sets in? And I think that's a big part of the problem here is I do think there's some numbness that sets in. And I think that that some of these guys, like Tyrese has talked about it, when he got here, he said he was told, look, go in there and change the culture. Don't let the culture change you. And I just asked him like a week or so ago, like where do you feel like you're at in facing that challenge? And it was like, oof, wow. Well, that's a deep question. And what that told me is, and his answer to the question was great, but it showed me that like it's bigger than I think they even know when they get here and they start hearing those things, is that they eventually you get beat down by it, man. And it sucks for them. I feel bad for them because like De'Aaron was saying last night, he won everything in sight for 18, 19 years of his life. And he gets here and now like people are like, do you want to win? And you got paid. Do you still want this? And he did, he was emotional last night. There was like a moment where the voice kind of like quivered a little bit, and it like you could just feel it in him. And I thought it was a good sign for people who have been looking for that from Fox and wanting to know that like that's still in there, and I think that for most of these guys that is still in there. It's just trying to figure out how to rise above that. And right now, the way they're built, like, I just don't know that this group together can do it. I think that it's probably going to take a little bit of a shakeup for them to find that confidence and that trust and that belief in each other.
Yeah, no, Jason, to that point, I felt the same way about De'Aaron last night. After the Raptors game, the infamous visual and press conference after where he's got the hoodie on and he's laid back and this team has just gotten embarrassed on their home floor. This was a 180 from that, right? Like last night, I thought he was feeling it, as in like the frustration of what's going on, but he didn't let that overcome him. And he had engaging answers. He had thoughtful answers. He had real raw answers. And like I said earlier in the show, if I'm going to get on him about what I saw after that first Raptors game, I got to address what I saw after this game. But when you talk about the culture of losing and not letting it overtake you, I haven't been part of the Kings organization, so maybe it's just bigger than anything that you can imagine. But at some point, I feel like these guys, like at some point, the culture isn't, at least it shouldn't, I wouldn't think, isn't making you not getting a defensive stance. You know what I'm saying?
No.
At some point, it's like, I know it's crazy here. Like, it's crazy, but I'm playing. The one thing that I don't have control of what the front office does. I don't have control over what they do with the app. I don't have control over what they do with ticket sales or anything, but I do have control of what I do on the court. And I just don't understand how that can be affected so much by, whatever else is causing the culture to be an issue.
Yeah, no, I hear you. And I don't, I guess, I don't know. I guess what that makes me think of is, no, it doesn't, it shouldn't prevent you from getting down in a stance, but think about what De'Aaron's talking about last night, like not feeling like somebody's there to help you. Think about when they ask like guys to run and, like your big guys, okay, you're going to get out and run, but a lot of times you're not even going to touch the ball. Like so what are you running for? What are you working for on defense? If like nobody's going to pick you up, nobody's got your back. Like, I just think those things kind of compound, right. and it doesn't justify it, but it might explain it a little bit. Just the kind of the sense of just hopelessness, man. But I asked Gentry within the last few days, and I've watched this closely for a long time, and it just is galling to me how they get blown by at the point of attack sometimes. And I just think the book on them around the league is just run right by them, go to the hole, get a layup. Like, I think my last 2 game stories I've written, I described it as a layup line for the other team because that's all it was. It was careless turnovers, layup, careless turnovers, alley-oop, careless turnover, dunk on in your face. Like, it was just, it's appalling to me. And Fox, to put it out on both sides here, like, you watch Fox play defense, and a lot of times, like, he shadows his dude. Like, he's right there with him, step for step, get around the screen, whatever, and then recover, and you still get in position, but his hands are at his sides. Like, it's rare that he's even, like, putting that hand up to contest the shot, to try to get in and strip the ball. Like, it's just, I don't know, it's almost like walkthrough. And you can't have that. And it's not, I don't want to single him out only for that. It's just that it does stand out because, just a lot of times it's that dribble penetration that they've talked about since Dave Yeager was around. Straight line drive, got to guard for 2 or 3 dribbles. This is 3 coaches now we've heard the same thing from, and it traces back to that 18-19 season. And, again, I'm not putting it on any one person. It's clearly been on everybody. But that stuff's got to change or nothing's going to change.
Jason, you're cooking today, man. We appreciate you hanging out with us. He's cooking up a 7-course meal today. He know he's got a big night. 9:01. Jason Anderson time, baby. It's Jason Anderson time. Let's go. Get that tweet ready. Great stuff, my man. Thank you for all the great work you do. We appreciate you.
Likewise, guys. Thank you. Have a great day.
All right. Take care,
Jason Anderson right there. Sacramento Bee. SacBee.com. Great stuff from him. His report on the Indiana Pacers stuff yesterday. And, of course, lots of opinions on where this team is right now. We realize he referenced a lot of stuff that was said last night. De'Aaron Fox. He didn't reference Harrison Barnes. We have that sound out of Gentry. We just haven't quite gotten to it yet. Every time we step out, we come back. There's another crisis we're trying to take care of. There's a trade we're trying to make.
There's fires everywhere.
It's all over the place.
It's just crazy that we got to take care of all this.
That's what it'd be boring covering a winning team. I don't even know how to do that. How do you even, is there a manual for covering a winning team?
Well, maybe that's why we haven't talked about the Niners so much. We 7-6 above 500.
So we're celebrating above 500. That's what we're doing, Kenny.
Super
Bowl team, best roster in the NFL. We're celebrating above 500.
We only celebrate Lombardis around here.
Okay, all right.
That's what we do. When you got 5 of them things, you need more. You get greedy.
At the rate we're going today, the 49ers might be the only NFL team practicing this week.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
What you
Every
gonna
time I
do?
look at my
What you
phone,
gonna do
man.
when ERCOM runs wild on you?
Dude. 24-inch pythons are wreaking havoc all over the NFL and the NBA today. Well, De'Aaron Fox, he sounded different last night. We've referenced it a couple of times today. We haven't played it. I'm sure most of you have heard it or seen it here at this point, but we'll run that back for you. We'll have that sound coming up for you. We still got Matt George set to join us coming up in the 3:00 hour, and we've got tickets. You can be in the arena. And let the team know how you feel on New Year's Eve. We got tickets for you coming up at the top of the hour. Don't go anywhere. Still lots of show left here. It's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage, ESPN 1320. What did we
York
do?
Baller. Who you like, man? I think you a Raptors fan, York Baller.
Did what we did flip side yesterday, right?
Yeah. Flip side.
What is the it's right there. What are they doing?
Pop in tape and get ghosts.
Huh. Speaking of, I've caught up on Ghost. It's not that bad. If there's a very important caveat though. If you don't look at it as power and you just look at it as a different show completely, it's not that bad. It helps me get through the episodes.
That show.
The only issue is I keep thinking it's going to go somewhere and it doesn't. It's like, all right, they're really slow playing some of this stuff.
That show, once again, I enjoy it. I watch it every week.
Mm-hmm.
I take it for what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But
not power.
No. But my girl, Mary J., I mean, all she does is yell at the kids all day.
All day. Yeah. And I think the other problem is she's not Rock. Like, that's the other problem is you had these two right there. Yeah. Like, she's not.
Yeah, it's not Rock. And Mary she's doing okay. She's fine. I mean, she's not Rock. Like, Rock she bodied that. And Mary just comes back and just yells at poor, what's her name, Denise, all the time. Just all the time. Just yells at her.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot more cartoonish than
well, I think because you got kids involved. Like these are you got like these goofy ass college students involved. And I've been like, I ain't never been in a school like Stanfield. Like, I ain't never been in a class that's like that one that old girl and Councilman Tate teach.
Oh yeah, well, with my girl, shout out light skin Keisha.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
light skin Keisha, getting her acting in.
Yeah, I popped for that too. Tyreek opens the door, pop. Hey man, what you doing? I haven't watched this yet. Is it worth watching? That the end of the original series was so bad.
Dexter not really my bag because it's like isn't it pretty gory?
I don't remember it.
I thought I heard that. I never seen it.
Blood. Yeah, I mean, sure.
Although, sure. I mean, it's not power and Kane and all that is.
Yeah, it's not worse than that. Yeah,
okay.
it's not worse than that. Like they ain't take Dexter ain't take a nail gun to somebody's hands or chest.
I'll never forget that man Ghost killed that man with the weight with the gym.
Oh
weight.
My God! In jail?
I said,
what?
Man,
they did Charlie dirty in that one.
What it was so bad. I thought it was a dream scene.
Mm-hmm.
Like I thought he was gonna wake up. I'm like, no, this is just what he did.
That was one of those. Hey, you might want to turn away from this moment. Like, I don't think you want to see this part.
And now I'm caught up on Insecure as well, and the realization is starting to hit that the show's about to be over.
Yeah, you can tell that they're starting to tie everything together, and we're headed towards happily ever after and all that stuff.
Damn, what a great show!
It's a good show. Yeah, it's a really good show. I feel like I might lose you at some point today. If I start flailing my hands at you, it means something went wrong in my house. Like I keep hearing weird things in my ear. So streaming live on the Odyssey app on 1320 AM or on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Wherever you are, we appreciate you so much for being with us. If you are watching on YouTube, we hope that you'll hit the thumbs up and the subscribe button as well. We're a good show if you're new. There are people listening to this show all over the world, man. That's the beauty of radio. Like, it's dope we're on 1320 AM. It's dope that we can make all of the local businesses around Sacramento who are amazing enough to be a part of our show happy. But it also was pretty dope that there are people watching all over the country or listening on the Odyssey app, man. That's cool. Why you would take your Kings fandom to other parts of the world? Well, that means you loyal. That means you loyal. But regardless, we appreciate you so much for being here.
We got more Kings talk for sure, but just real quick, 15 seconds. Can I matter of fact, I'll get some air horns, man. Shout out air horn for straight A student J.R. Smith.
Hey, I saw that.
Big up J.R. Smith, man. 4.0.
I saw that.
That was really dope.
Yeah, that's good stuff. That's boy, that flies in the face of a lot of things that we've heard about J.R. Smith, doesn't it?
He talked about it too. He said they've been telling me for so long what you can't do, what your disabilities are, and to be able to achieve that in the face of all that. Big ups to J.R. Smith, man. That's a really cool story.
Yeah, that's great stuff, man. Awesome right there. Anything else?
No, we get back to the Kings.
You sure? There's nothing else. Nothing else you want to touch on before?
Well,
there
are other things, but we got to handle the Kings first, though. We got to handle these.
No doubt. We and you know, normally today was the day we do power rankings. We may or may not do that. We're not really sure. We do have our power rankings ready. They've been a beast to put together over the course of the last couple of weeks. Rams beat the Cardinals last night. And as we mentioned, the NFL's having a really, really bad day. Yeah, I don't have any issue with the Rams. I don't have any issue with the Cardinals, excuse me, for dropping that game. That was a Rams team that needed to win. That was a Rams team that's trying to stay in the hunt, and that's where the big boys play. There were two big dogs going at it last night. What it?
Rams play good.
You're trying to crap on the Cardinals.
No, well, I just don't know. I think the Cardinals are easily one of the top teams in football this year. Their record is verified. They are who they are. Mm-hmm. But I got a question if they ready for them lights. Are they ready for them lights? Because when it's 10 a.m. and you playing the Bears, you win 3. You can win by 3 touchdowns. That's easy work, you know. But when them lights turn on and the Packers come to your spot and the Rams come to your spot, it's a little different. Expectations are different. Now, I think the Cardinals are good. Like, I think they're, like I said, a legit team. But it's different being good and being expected to be good. I think there's a difference with that. And we'll see what happens with them moving forward with that, with the expectations.
Well, we've been waiting for De'Aaron Fox to say something publicly with passion and enthusiasm, and it feels like he finally did. James Ham asked him yesterday if he wanted to win. Here it is.
I mean, I hadn't lost until I got here. So my first 18 years of life, 19 years of life, every step that I played basketball, I was winning something. So I don't know how you do that, make it to the NBA, and then now you just don't care about winning. Everybody talks about, if you get paid, blah, blah, blah. nobody likes to lose, regardless of what level you're on. Whether if you're getting paid or if you're playing for free, nobody likes to lose. So, I think it's a dumb question. Obviously, not to you, but obviously everybody wants to win.
Okay. De'Aaron Fox, you want to jump on that?
No, keep on, yeah.
Okay. Here's another clip of De'Aaron talking about the team needing to play together.
I don't think it's it's one thing. Because I think everybody on the team likes each other. Everybody gets along. We talk off the court, but when we get on the court, we need to hear voices. We need to hear each other's voices when we're out there, not just on the bench or anything like that. Like, when we're picking up, as a guard, you want to hear, that you're not by yourself, or if a screen's coming, I'm saying you want to hear that when somebody gets cracked, everybody's mad because, point guard might have heard nothing or somebody didn't say anything. So, you just want to hear a voice behind you, rather if you're on the ball, if you're in help defense and somebody's behind you, you just want to know somebody's there. And I think that gives you the confidence to either be more aggressive or whatever it may be, knowing that if you get beat, that somebody's there to help you and they're going to help them. They're going to help you because they know someone's behind them to help them. So it's just, we just have to be more cohesive when we're on the court. Because I think everybody enjoys to be around each other.
I know that our main thing is De'Aaron playing better, De'Aaron being a better defender. I think De'Aaron's offense has really started to pick up recently. I think those are all really, those are things that we want to see the most, particularly on the defensive end. We want him to be better defensively, but we have asked him to be more of a leader off the floor as well. Mm-hmm. And last night was, I don't know that it's the very first time, but given the circumstances, it's probably the biggest opportunity he had to kind of talk and say some things. And I appreciate that. We kill him when he doesn't. And the slouching and the hoodie pulled up and the whole thing. I watch it. James hit me up like, you need to, because De'Aaron does De'Aaron's the last one out. Mm-hmm. James was like, you need to see this. Mm-hmm. Get into the press conference. And he's, I hate to point out these stupid things. I hope you know what he's sitting up. He's looking at cameras or people or whatever is in front of him. He's engaged in what he's saying.
Right.
And I don't care that he didn't talk about the players only meeting. I don't expect him to talk about it. There's a reason it's called the players only meeting or a players only meeting. There's a reason for that. I appreciate De'Aaron's remarks at the podium last night.
100%. 100%. And like we've mentioned a couple of different times today, we're going to get on him for showing up late, looking disinterested, and when things are going bad, not showing that part of leadership, not doing the best of that, because that's part of it too in the league. Going up there, putting your face in front of it, speaking in front of the cameras, and talking to the media, and taking, not figuratively, literally, you know what I mean, but taking all the bullets for the team. That's part of the leadership, and he hadn't done a good job of that for a few times this year. But last night was perfect. And to be honest with you, he doesn't have to be that engaging every single time. You know what I mean? A few times here and there, most of the time is just fine. But that was one of the first times I can remember where we saw like that after, an embarrassing situation. Did the same thing on Friday. He missed the free throws. He was there. He was speaking. He was taking accountability and responsibility for his role in it. Just saying, this is what happened. I didn't get it done. Yesterday, I thought he was just fine. He was just fine. And that is something, I'll tell you, for me personally, I can relate with. I can understand. I never thought, he didn't want to win. I was always scared, or he didn't care. I was always careful of saying, like, he doesn't care. I know he cares. But, to hear him vocalize and show, like, look, this is not okay. I care on another level. We care on another level. And not getting it done, that's not okay. It's not okay. Now, I wouldn't ask him, this isn't isn't anything he needs to say publicly or anything like that. But just the question I would ask is, all right, well, how much, man? I know it care. I know it matters to you. I know you care. But right now, you guys as a group haven't cared enough to change the bad habits that you guys have. You know what I mean? What is it going to take to get to that level? Because you guys can say it and you can mean it, but to actually change what you're doing, you have to change the bad habits that you guys have created. If you're not talking on defense, that's not new. Talking isn't this brand new concept. These are the things that I talk to with the 9-year-olds that I coach. Talking on defense. If you're not doing that, it shouldn't get to the point of getting embarrassed in Cleveland and Toronto to say, hey, we need to change that. And if you talked about it before then, why is it still happening? You know what I mean? So these are the other little nuances of not just De'Aaron Fox, but of that team in that locker room that they got to ask their question. Yeah, you ask somebody, yeah, I care. How much though? Mm-hmm. Do you care enough to really take responsibility for the bad habits that have been going on and fix them? Stay focused enough, stay locked in enough in a game when you're tired, when things are going bad, to get back to changing those bad habits. That's the next level.
I think one thing that should be concerning, by the way, you're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. We're going to have your chance to go see the Sacramento Kings take on Dallas on New Year's Eve coming up in just 1 minute. I think one thing that is concerning moving forward is similar to what you just said. They've talked about it. They've addressed it. This isn't the first time they've talked about it. This isn't the first time they've addressed it. But now it's very public that it's out there. Players only meaning you're coming off humiliating losses on the road. Now you're coming back home. You're going against a really good Washington team. Mm-hmm. What's the excuse if you're down 10-0, 12-0, 13-0? What's the excuse, excuse me, if you wind up getting blown out in that game? Because now it feels like you've exhausted everything. We were joking with Jesse earlier. Jesse, Boston Celtics fan. Celtics had a players-only meeting. They turned stuff right around. Now, I think there's probably a number of different reasons for that. The crux of the issue Marcus Smart brought up was Brown and Tatum playing together and the way that they played and the way that they dominated the ball. Well, then then they stopped playing together. Like Jalen got hurt and it was just Jason Tatum and Marcus Smart. So they had a chance to kind of build something with, one guy out, one guy in. Well, it's cool, I guess, to say you had a players only meeting. Like, what came out of it? Who did you get through to? Did you get through to the guys that you need to get through to? Perhaps more importantly than any players only meeting regarding the game on Wednesday, is Rashawn Holmes going to be back? Hell, is Harrison Barnes going to be back? Not the guy who was on the floor yesterday, but the real Harrison Barnes. Is he going to be back? Is Alvin Gentry going to allow Terrence Davis to get back into the rotation, like a meaningful part of the rotation, and get back to doing what he was doing before he benched him because he wanted to play bigger? Stop coaching for the teams that you're playing against and start coaching for the teams that you have.
Yeah.
Alvin Gentry don't need to hear this crap from me. He's a 35-year veteran. I just don't understand that. Mm-hmm. If you have a roster that's deep enough where it's like, yo, hey, we're going to try this for this day and everybody functions as normal. Yo, that's dope. Championship teams have that. The Sacramento Kings do not. Mm-hmm. We're going to send you to see them and cheer them on, get some great food, kick off your New Year's Eve. The Kings versus Dallas. We've got your tickets right now. Caller number 3, 916-349-1320. We'll get you all set up again. That's 916-349-1320. For those watching on YouTube.com, we're sorry about the issues that YouTube is having. It is a YouTube problem. It's not a D-Lo and Casey problem, or is being speculated in the chat. It's not a Danny in San Francisco problem. Radio is still kicking strong. Internet bills are paid. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but all is okay on Twitch. Normally, it's the other way around. Twitch gives us some issues, and YouTube runs smoothly. YouTube is having some issues. So refresh the browser, come back. We're with you for the next 2 hours. Matt George is going to join us in the next hour. I know he's going to have a lot to say about this team. He's been talking a great deal about them, as he always does, over on the Locked On Kings podcast. Casey, I mentioned Alvin Gentry. Alvin Gentry was feeling some type of way yesterday following the game as well. Here's what he had to say.
It's really difficult. To be honest with you, I really have no idea what to say. It was just, I mean, it was embarrassing. I mean, that's the only phrase that I think you can use is embarrassing. You know, we talked about the way we started the game in Cleveland and how we had to start the game with the intensity that we played with in the third and fourth quarters. Obviously, we didn't do that. You know, we had 4 turnovers on our first 5 possessions. We talked about not turning the ball over. We talked about getting back on defense, and none of those things really happened. And so it was, and I'll take responsibility because I'm supposed to have them prepared. It's my job to have them prepared. So some kind of way, we're going to keep plugging away at it. I just know we're not going to quit. I've never quit anything in my life, and I'm not going to let these guys do it either. So we got to find a way to get a group of guys that's going to compete and as I said, play at a level that we're capable of playing at. And then if we do that and we lose the game, I can accept it. What I can't accept is what happened tonight in these situations.
Man, that's the second time in as many press conferences that Alvin Gentry has had to point out his team not quitting. That's tough, man. That's tough.
And if you got to keep saying that, you know, maybe you know what time it is.
Well, it's like, you know,
some of the guys in there.
It's like James was saying yesterday. Like, if you felt the need to point that out, it means the idea has already crept into your head.
Mm-hmm.
And once that idea is in there that your team has quit, whether it's before a game or through the course of a game, it's tough to shake that. And you can still see that it's on. He's talking about, I've never quit. I've never quit anything. You know, he's making it clear. I'm doing what I can. Mm-hmm. And I'm not going to give him a pass. I think he's made some mistakes.
Yep.
I think he's made some mistakes recently. I don't. Buddy Hield isn't the reason that they lost yesterday, but I don't understand. I don't understand what Terrence Davis did. I must have missed something. You put Terrence Davis into the starting lineup. You ask, he's out there cooking offensively. He's having by far his best stretch of the season. You've minimized Buddy Hield's minutes. You've won 3 in a row. You decide to make this change to go big. You pull Terrence Davis out of the starting lineup. I don't like it. I don't agree with it. I understand it. In theory, I understand it. You want to play bigger against Cleveland. Okay, fine. But Terrence Davis isn't your first guy off the bench. When you go to a guard, you're going to Buddy instead. You start minimizing Terrence Davis's minutes. Again, Terrence Davis was playing really well. I questioned whether, hey, what's going to happen if Terrence Davis's shot stops falling? What if he stops playing as well as he's playing during the stretch of basketball? Does Alvin go back to Buddy? Does Terrence get pulled back a little bit? Terrence didn't even get the opportunity to play bad.
It's crazy.
Alvin just went to him anyways. So I don't agree with the trying to match up size. Size is a weakness for this team. Alvin knew that. He knew that before he was the head coach. He knew that before the Kings played a game. Don't try to make adjustments to go against the team. Make Cleveland play like you rather than you trying to play like Cleveland. Same thing for Toronto. They're trying to adjust to these teams, and they're just getting, well, we've seen it. They're getting humiliated.
And
go back to what you do. Put back the lineup that was out there working for you.
I agree 100%. One of the things that's a big issue with these games and why it feels like, I'm not saying they are, but I'm telling you what it looks like and what it feels like. It feels like they quit. It feels like the first bit of adversity that comes up, they fold and they check out. And one of the reasons why you say that is you look at, you know, the list of games and the list of losses that they've had as of recently, they're not just losing, they're getting smacked around more times than not. The Charlotte game was a 1-point game. Where are we at after that?
It was still painful.
It was very painful.
It was still painful.
The Philly loss
Cleveland,
well, I'm saying the Philly loss was an 8-point game, but that's when they choked away.
Well, that's also who was on the, like, each game has like a caveat to it. Like, I was only, yeah, but that wasn't Philly. It was
Right.
Scranton.
Right. It's definitely Scranton. 8-point game. Obviously, the OKC loss was a 2-point game.
18-point lead. Yep.
Choked it away. The last like real game, the Phoenix loss was a 5-point loss, but they were down by almost 30. The last real game, there just was was just a regular game that they lost.
Mm-hmm.
It was Indiana. They lost by 3. Even then, they went down like 13, 14 points. But I'll just call that a regular game. Other than that, listen to the other games in there. San Antonio, they got slapped around. Minnesota, I guess that was a real game. They lost by 10, but that was a real game. Toronto, they got slapped around. Utah, they got slapped around. Memphis, they got slapped around. Second Lakers game, they got slapped around. Cleveland, they get slapped around. Toronto, they got slapped around. They're getting beat down, not just losing. They're getting beat down on a regular basis all the time in the last month. Indiana was November 7th. It looks like you quit.
Yeah.
It looks like you quit because these other teams, Houston, with these little 19-year-olds, they're not getting whooped up. They're coming back.
Mm-hmm.
They're showing fight. They're winning games. These little 19-year-olds that are out here just trying to figure out, they're not making the playoffs or nothing like that, but they're not getting embarrassed. They're out here competing, and let's just start with that. Like, yeah, we want you to be a winning team, but don't get slapped up every time you play. Start there.
Yeah, it's like, why is this team incapable of being competitive? Like, why is everything the Kings? The Kings are drama queens.
Mm.
It has to be something. Charlotte, the Kings are incapable of just going out and losing to Charlotte. It has, or shoot, they're not even capable of beating Charlotte without something dramatic. They didn't just beat Charlotte. They played their best offensive. It's like one extreme or the other. They played their best offensive game of the season, or up until that point, it was their best offensive game against the season. Their first one against Charlotte. Their last 4 matchup, you had that one, and then you had 3 absurd losses, all to the Hornets.
Mm.
And you have these two ass whoopings at the hands of the Raptors. Like this team just has a flair for the dramatic, and it's like you could call it quitting. And you just look around like, how does this get better? A players only meeting? Okay, great. I trust that. Did y'all discuss quitting? Did y'all discuss like what was discussed? Was the Toronto game the only game that was addressed? Did y'all address Philly? Did y'all address the things that regularly happen in your losses, all in one 15-ish minute post game session? And perhaps most importantly, who was talking?
That's another great question.
Because if it's Tristan Thompson, nobody gives a damn.
No.
We did this before.
It has no effect on anything. And the other question that I have is, are the people that are perceived to be the issues, or some of the people that needed to be checked or called out or whatever the case may be, do they even give a damn? Like, because if they don't care, ain't no players only meeting going to make them care.
Yeah.
And I think there's definitely some guys on there that just don't care. It's not everybody, but you don't need you know, what's the saying? One bad apple ruins a whole batch, or at least you can't buy it.
Yeah, I've heard. I was gonna say something about bad apples, but I don't want to derail the show too much. I'm just gonna drink some water. Keep our focus here on your Sacramento Kings. We can only sort one problem out at a time, and I'm not sure that we've even fixed this. Because I'm not even sure that we've gotten to the root of like what is the number one problem with this team? Like if problem
is personnel. This group needs to be broken up because they can't get it done together.
Is it Is it that thing? Like, have they spent too much time together?
Maybe
And they just can't function anymore.
It's one of those things. Remember in class, like you had friends and they would always be talking and interrupting the class. So the teacher would break them up.
Yeah.
Like that's what needs to happen.
You need a teacher to break them up.
Break these guys up because you can't be productive when they're all together.
Mm-hmm.
The number one problem is personnel.
Okay. We'll talk more about this. You heard from De'Aaron Fox. You heard from Alvin Gentry. You'll hear from Harrison Barnes as well. And we want to open up the phone lines back for you as well. We got sidetracked a little bit there talking to Jason Anderson, but we'll open these phones up for you. 916-349-1320. We'll come back more of D-Lo and KC here on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage. It's ESPN 1320.
You're good. I don't have a 13.
Okay. I'm gonna just take myself out and refresh real quick and see if
no 13th round, but we can talk boxing if you guys want to real quick. Because the reason why I don't have it yet is I still haven't seen the Lomachenko fight, and I want to see that fight before I comment on him or them. So, and the Nonito Donaire fight. I don't know if I'm gonna get around to that one this week, but I definitely want to see the Loma fight before I speak on it. So I don't want to speak on it until then. Let's see. Will we finally get Spence and Bud? We'll see. It's funny. Eddie Hearn was talking about in some interview. He said that he thinks that Spence is going to move up to 154 to potentially avoid Terrence Crawford. And he was like, careful not to say avoid or whatever. But like, I've been saying the opposite. I've been telling you that Terrence was waiting for Spence to go to 154, not to fight him. I don't know. And I don't think he's afraid. That's the crazy thing about it. But I don't think he's afraid. Ramsey, I want to see Nonito take on Casamayor. I want to see it. Like, whatever the issue was before, he disrespected me, all this stuff, settle it in the ring. I want to see those guys go up against each other, man. Yeah, Patrick. Yeah, I want to see the fight. I know everything that happened. I've heard secondhand accounts about what happened, but I want to watch it first. Thank you, Dr. David. I appreciate that. Thank you. I like to see that too, but he already fought him. Then he get knocked out. Things can go different, obviously the second time around. And I'm not going to sneeze at that rematch. I'd love to see it, but I like to see him fight Casamayor first, and then the winner of that one get in a way. When can me and you box, Casey? I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
But I leave for a couple minutes and you're out here boxing, folks.
They want to box me. I don't know why they want to box me.
I was boxing this morning.
I don't.
Nobody hitting back.
I don't box anybody that doesn't put their face in their abbey. Yeah, big baby Anderson. I want to see what's going on with him moving forward. But you gotta be careful with some of the matchmaking that goes on, especially as top rank. You gotta be careful. It's cooking.
I King's Pulse podcast. Did I do that podcast with? Is that Brendan?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, when Brendan and Rich did it, right? Yeah. Okay. Appreciate that. That was a long time ago. They didn't like me. They ain't invited me back.
There's a concert in Stockton. I don't think I'm gonna go to that though.
Matt George going to join us about 1 hour from right now. We'll open up the phone lines for you as well. If you want to talk Kings basketball or anything else, we've got you covered. 916-349-1320. Of course, frustration's high after the Kings lose last night, 124 to 101. Spent some time, a great time talking to Jason Anderson at the Sacramento Bee earlier today. If you missed any part of that conversation or you missed the entire conversation, you can use the rewind feature if you're on the Odyssey app. Or you could download the podcast, whether it's Apple, Spotify. I know we talk about YouTube and Twitch a lot, but the podcast is super dope. We cut highlights for you. It's not just, hey, here's a 4-hour episode of the show, or here's breakdowns of the hours. Like, we separated. There'll be a separate post for the Jason Anderson conversation, just as there will be for Matt George, just as there is for James Ham. So if you miss any part of the show and you want to catch up, and maybe you don't have time to do the video, or you want to listen on the road or catch up on what you may have missed or relive it or whatever it may be, the podcast is a great way to do it, and it's anywhere that you get podcasts from. If you're on Apple and you dig the show, leave us a review. It's just like hitting the thumbs up or the subscribe button on YouTube and Twitch and all of these other platforms. We beg for likes here on D-Lo and KC, and we're certainly not ashamed of it. And you don't have to write a long review. Just hit the 5 stars. That's good enough for us, man. We really appreciate it. How about Harrison Barnes? He's the one guy that we haven't heard from yet who talked last night, and he talked about the team not playing together.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're just not playing. We're not playing together. That's really what it boils down to. And as a group, we've discussed it. And that's really all I'm going to say on that at this point.
I feel like Harrison might have been the leader of that players only meeting. Here's one more clip of Harrison talking about the team needing to come together.
Yeah, I think at this point it's really about, us as players coming together and really doing what needs to be done. We have to, play with the energy and effort to compete at a high level, which we've done at some points throughout this season. And I know I sound like a broken record coming up here and saying that most of the time, because a lot of times you guys see me after bad losses, but we have to, like I said, we've discussed this. We have to do a better job of, policing ourselves and talking with ourselves, not only in timeouts, but in the locker room, and really just not letting games just get out of hand.
Boy, there's a lot to read into that one. First of all, broken record? Harrison? We can't relate. We can't relate. We have no idea what you're talking about. But man, a little insight into because normally when you guys talk to me, it's after bad losses. You think he's sick of having to go to the podium after the Kings get their ass kicked on a night-to-night basis?
Absolutely.
That remark didn't fly on the radar with me.
No, not at all.
Yeah, my man's had it.
He understands. He's aware of everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's aware of everything. The fact that he gets trotted out there, he's got to say the same things after the same type of loss, game after game. Yeah, like you said, he's had it. I don't blame him.
Which just has to be infuriating. Like at some point, hopefully we don't get to this point, because he certainly would have done it last night. He could have sat down at that podium and said, y'all got the audio from the other night? Yep. Cool. See it again. I'm out. Because it's the same problems. You're going to ask me about effort. You're going to ask me about execution. You're going to ask me about all of these different things, just like you asked me the other day. And my answers are exactly the same, because we haven't fixed the problem, which is why the next couple of games for the Kings are so pivotal. If you go out there and you get beat by Washington, more importantly, if you go out there and you get beat by Washington, all right, like whatever. If you go out there and you get it handed to you by Washington, I think you're at the point of no return here. You might already be at the point of no return, but I don't know how you walk into that locker room any player, regardless of who the leader of that player's, regardless of whoever the leader of that meeting was. I don't know how you walk in that locker room after another game of not being able to execute.
I wonder what the trigger is for some of these guys, man. You know, it's not constantly losing. It doesn't seem like it's being the laughing stock of the NBA. Doesn't seem to be the fact that your peers don't respect you. I don't know. I really don't know what it is. What's the trigger to change what's going on? Because, like I said, as much as I talked about this could be a pressure cooker and all this other stuff, there is a level of understanding and like if they were still losing, but they were losing these close games, I'm not gonna say we'd be happy or nothing like that, but it would be more of, man, these guys are busting their ass out there. We want to see them get over the hump. Like there'd be a level of that. Same record. And all those games that I talked about just a second ago, all those blowouts and like 2 or 3 close games, if that was flipped and there was like a bunch of close games and 2 or 3 blowouts, the conversation would be, man, we see these guys working. What do they need to get over the hump?
It was that conversation we were having earlier in the season.
Yeah.
They were losing close games against really good teams. And it's like, at some point you're going to have to find a way to get some of these. It would be like, I think that's those are things that we realistically can't do. Because you could say, oh, if it was flipped, you know, it would be so much better. And it would be better. We'd still be frustrated. We would just be frustrated for different reasons.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because we were frustrated at the beginning of the year.
But we wouldn't be saying, get these guys the hell out of here.
We wouldn't say they're quitters either.
No.
Alvin Gentry wouldn't be talking about quitting. He would be talking about, and that's the thing. Like we're talking about a professional sports franchise. We're talking about a game. We're not talking about execution. We're not talking about X's and O's, missed assignments, missed shots. We're not talking about any of that. We're talking about complete and utter failure and wondering if the team has quit.
Mm-hmm.
And the Luke Walton remarks come up like, if the team has quit, who are they quitting on? Anybody gonna quit on Alvin Gentry? I don't think they quit on Luke Walton. At this point, they're just quitting on themselves.
Right. And that was the thing. Like how do you even begin to talk about basketball if you're Alvin Gentry or Luke Walton or Yeager? How can you even begin to talk about basketball and X's and O's when you got to deal with a group that seems to be this fragile, where you can have the perfect game plan? A classic here at D'Lo and KC. I don't know if my game plan works or not because they don't even attempt it.
Right.
We don't even get to the point where we're implementing it and we're actually executing it. What did Gentry say last night? Didn't he say that in the soundbite where he was like, we had a game plan to start the game, didn't work. We didn't execute it.
Here's Alvin Gentry.
It's really difficult. To be honest with you, I really have no idea what to say. It was embarrassing. I mean, that's the only phrase that I think you can use is embarrassing. You know, we talked about the way we started the game in Cleveland and how we had to start the game with the intensity that we played with in the third and fourth quarters. Obviously, we didn't do that. You know, we had 4 turnovers on our first 5 possessions. We talked about not turning the ball over. We talked about getting back on defense, and none of those things really happened. And
there you are. He obviously says a lot more, but that was your point. That was your point right there.
It was the whole thing when Luke was here. It's the coach's job to get them ready. You know, that's what the coach does, to get them ready. I'm pretty sure Alvin.
Your tone is making me feel like you're being sarcastic with that remark right there.
That was my Jamie Foxx when he did Pacino. He's like, go out there and act like you're back in the
run
home.
to the street lamp.
But it's like Alvin Gentry just said, we talked about coming out and being ready and not having a repeat of Cleveland. And what's the first thing they do? Let the Raptors go on an 11-0 run. I don't know.
And I don't like if you're Alvin,
these guys,
or Luke, or Dave Yeager, or Phil freaking Jackson. I don't know what you do about that. I don't know what you do when you address something. All right, guys, this A, B, C, D, and E. Let's go, y'all. All right, let's go. Fresh start. 1-0, stack days, right? 4 minutes into the game, you just messed up A, B, C, D, and E all over again. You literally threw up on everything we had discussed in the last 24 hours. I don't know how a coach, not Alvin, a coach deals with that. I don't know how you, like, what more do you want from me? Like, if I'm Alvin Gentry, I'm headed into that locker room. I'm headed to these podiums. Like, that was my cue. You were supposed to.
I was waiting for you to finish, but Alvin Gentry at the podium.
What more do you want from me?
That's like, yo, we talked about it. We discussed it. We went over it. And perhaps most importantly, we identified the problems. This is a problem. This is a problem. Maybe what they haven't figured out is it's one thing to see a problem. It's a whole other thing to know how to stop doing the same, making that same mistake over and over again. You identify the mistakes, but you don't know how to fix them. Or we talked about.
You know what I mean?
I don't know what the answer is.
Playing defense, we need to communicate. Like they might have came up with that on their own, but I'm sure the coaches are telling them. They're like, all right, communicate. This will help. And then you get out and you hear these guys, we're not communicating. They told you to communicate. They don't even have to tell you. You know that you need to communicate. And it's just not getting done. And these are the things where I talk about, yes, they care. These guys care whether they win or lose. Absolutely. I don't take that for granted for 1 second. Yes, they care. But how bad do you care? Do you care enough to say, well, I'm going to get these buckets. If I don't play defense, it's all right because I'm getting these buckets right now. That's how I'm going to help. Or, I'm guarding the guy man to man. I stopped him from getting to the bucket. I did my job. No need for help. No, you didn't. Like, how bad? Once again, it's not necessarily easy all the time to stay locked in and engaged on the defensive end. Hell, Jason Anderson talked about it. The big guys, you're getting a rebound, kicking out for the outlet, you're busting it down the court, running hard, you don't get the ball. You got to go back, you don't get the ball. It's not, I understand the human element of that, of, well, I'm running the floor hard. I'm not getting around.
Yep.
They're not feeding me.
Yep.
But when winning is the most important thing, you guys are locked in. You know that winning is what matters, not if you got the ball or anything like that. Winning is what matters. And these guys care, but how much do you care? Do you care enough to make the necessary sacrifices and changes? That's the next question.
Do you care about winning for yourself or do you care about winning for your team? Because I don't know that those are always the same exact thing. Because you talked about sacrifices right there. A lot of times players will have to, in the flow of a game, you're maybe be foreign to some of the people on this roster, but maybe it's not your night. You're going to find other ways to get involved. You're going to find other ways to contribute. What we can't have is, someone like Tyrese Halliburton just deciding, tonight's not my night to shoot. Tonight's my night to do something else. Tyrese needs to be aggressive on the offensive end. Tyrese needs to be aggressive on the offensive end with or without Rashawn Holmes.
Mm-hmm.
I know Will Z put those numbers out there. He called us earlier, put them out there on social media about Tyrese's numbers with and without Rashawn Holmes. He's going to have to figure out a way to play without Rashawn Holmes. We knew Rashawn Holmes would miss time this year. He misses time every year. Hopefully it's not, a ton, but he's missed the last 3 games. Hopefully it doesn't become 4. But he's got to figure out a way to play with and without him. Yeah. He's got to figure out a way to get Alex Lynn involved or Tristan Thompson involved or Marvin Bagley involved or whatever big may be in that position. He needs to figure out a way to get them involved. But not just Tyrese, but Alex Lynn, Tristan Thompson, Marvin Bagley. They need to find a way to get on the same wavelength as Tyrese Halliburton and establish that same rapport that him and Rashawn Holmes have. Figure out, what is it that Rashawn does that you like so much? What is it that Rashawn does that makes you two so effective together? What can I do to make the most of our minutes out there together? Those are the extra step type things. Those are the after the film sessions, after practice types things. Those are the things where everyone says this over and over and over again. Jason Anderson said it earlier. James Hampson. These guys like each other. Ain't no beef here. Act like it. Act like y'all like each other. Communicate with each other.
These guys can't sit together in class, man. They can't sit together in class.
Yes, and I guess that's what it boils down to. But right now, there ain't another classroom to put them in.
I'd put them in another class. I'd find.
I'm just saying, you got to have some. You got to have a classroom open, or you've got to swap students. And I don't think any teacher is willing to swap students right now.
I think they are willing to swap students, but you
really running with this analogy, boy.
I think so. Look, we'll come back. I think there's a trade to be made. I feel like Monty is fixated on this whole value thing and making the perfect strategic move and moving forward. And
I don't think he should move reckless. I think he should move reckless. But I also think it depends on who we're talking about. If we're talking about 24.
That's what I'm talking about.
It ain't coming back. Like Kyle Kuzma, it's a sentence I never thought I'd utter. Kyle Kuzma is not walking through that door. You're not getting a player. I don't believe that there is a player out there on any team that you can swap with Buddy Hield that's on the level of Kyle Kuzma and Montrezl Harrell. Like that deal does not exist.
Right.
That was a one and only from Los Angeles. And I don't even know. I know we talked about this privately. I don't even know if we talked about this on the show. With the Laker fans still clamoring for Buddy, it's too late. You ain't got nothing that can help us unless you trade Anthony Davis or LeBron James. Keep it moving.
You know what though? The funny thing was, I was on one of those NBA sites, like what? Not even like a ESPN, but like NBA Central or something like that. I think it was Jason Anderson's or who somebody had tweeted out that the Kings are looking to move Buddy and Marvin. And fans
I think that was the Athletic article, but yeah. I gotcha.
And NBA Central put that on there. So fans went under the comments, and fans of other teams were like, yeah, we'll give them THT and not a cent more. like they were playing hardball with us. Yeah, give us T, please.
Fine.
Do you want them? One of them was the Knicks thing. Randall and what's my man's name? The shooting.
Wait, Randall who? Randall Cobb?
Julius.
No, Julius Randall. Please, yes.
Julius and what's my man? The shooting guard.
Who?
The one that Fournier. Fournier. Take it or leave it. Yes, fool.
Take it.
Like, yes.
See, like it's why fans don't make trades. Will Griffith tweeted something that was hilarious earlier. I think it was a Pelicans fan, or I don't think it was a media person.
It was Brian West.
It was Bryant. Okay, it was Bryant. So apologies to all involved. But it was like, if there's a way we could get, was it Fox?
Yeah.
Without giving up
4 years on his contract, So if there's a way that we can make that happen without giving up Zion or Ingram, I'd be all for it.
Like, yeah, this is why fans can't make trades because of stuff like that. Like that's crazy.
But
Julius. Just to be clear, we were talking about Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley.
Yes.
Oh,
yes. I wish I could find that trade again. That might be a new segment. Read some of these. These response from tweets.
I think we had a open for it. Like here. Nope, not that one.
You know what I'm saying? De'Aaron Fox is not happy there.
Actually, I wouldn't do that. I would start Jeff Teague.
Twitter said.
Start reading tweets.
Twitter said.
Start reading tweets.
Oh man.
I think Bart Scott was the one.
Going Buzz in the back.
De'Aaron Fox is under contract for 4 seasons after this one. If the Pelicans can get him and not trade out Zion, B.I., Jonas, or Herb, then everything else should be on the table. Everything. You take it. Fam, you're an 8-win team. You're worse than the Kings. You can't have De'Aaron Fox. Who's talking about everything's on the table? You take it. Like, bro. Stop.
Just throwing anything out there, man.
Oh, man.
So, yeah, man.
If they really would move Fox and not need BI for the deal, make it happen today.
Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody responded, read your tweet and then delete it. Oh, man.
Well, look, man.
Would you trade Brandon Ingram for anyone on the Kings not named Holmes, Fox, Halliburton, Mitchell, or Barnes? If so, we can start talking. If not, that's what you basically offered the Kings. Oh, I'm dying.
Yeah.
Twitter's a wild place.
I need some of these Twitter people to be GMs. Like I need David Griffin to be on there doing his thing. Because if we could get that popping off, we got action.
Dr. Dave, see now this has gone out of control. Dr. David just tagged us in a tweet that said, this was tweeted 46 minutes ago. Pels need to trade Zion for De'Aaron Fox, Marvin Bagley, and a pick, then make a run at a chip. Like what? Like a Lay's? Like a Frito? Like what chip are you talking about?
Hey, look here. Check this one out. So I found the tweet. There's Twitter says, by the way. I guess it's a Knicks fan, and it's for Buddy and Marvin. And they said, hell, Kevin Knox and Mitchell Robinson, take it or leave it. Sure.
It's just take
sure.
it.
I'm taking it. Is that it?
Take it.
Is that all we're asking for? Here it is. Both for Randall and Fournier.
Bruh, there's a jet blue direct to New York, or at least there was before the world ended. Let's get Buddy on that and we'll make it happen.
There's one that says Jeremy Grant, Josh Jackson, and a filler player for Marvin Bagley, Hield, and a first sounds good to me. You're not getting a first, but we can do it for players.
There's the wild, like the sad part is like general managers don't think like this. They just don't.
Tim Hardaway Jr. and Powell in Dallas for Marvin and Buddy. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
This app can be a lot of fun. If you know how to manipulate it properly, this app can be a lot of fun. It's a dangerous place. Oh Lord, Buddy Hield is trending. I think is it because of y'all? Is the chat house making Buddy Hield trend? Jordan Souls' tweet is hilarious too.
He didn't initiate a deal, but he just had a comment talking about Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley. And he goes, a low budget ass book in Ayton.
Oh my God. Oh man, it's a cold world out there in the Twitterverse, man. A cold world.
Man. Yeah. So I look, man. I think you got to break this group up, and we wouldn't want to do that for all the trades, but for some of them, like maybe you got to quote unquote lose the deal to either get some money off or just change the vibe of what's going on around there.
Yeah,
because that's a poll question. Would you want this thing to just end the way, like in this whole little setup now, move whoever you need to move for whatever you need to move for to break these guys up, or just hold tight to the deadline?
Yeah, you can't hold tight till the deadline, man. You got to start 9:01. You got to start moving now.
3 weeks.
No, you gotta start moving now.
Yeah, we said 3 weeks ago. We was like, yo, break these guys up.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't hold. You've held tight enough. Loosen up. Let's start making some deals. Let's get something done here. For goodness sakes, man, get something done. We'll come back. Matt George is going to join us. A couple other NBA notes. Oh Lord, I know where Kenny's going to be in 2024.
Oh yeah,
we'll explain.
Oh yeah.
D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's Home for Real Kings coverage at ESPN 1320. Y'all need to leave Sheldon Williams alone.
Oh, jeez.
Leave that man alone. Like, stop it. That is not okay. That's a good dude right there. He did play for the Celtics. Played for the Kings, too. Played for Atlanta. Shell played. Y'all are still going in on Fox for missing those free throws. Sorry about all the hiccups, man. Thank y'all for coming back to YouTube. We were gutted because all we saw was the number of viewers just like drop. And I'm like, oh my God, what's going on? And I went over and saw that I guess the stream had froze or something. So appreciate y'all coming back, and sorry, I have no idea what caused all that, but I think it's a YouTube issue because we never lost Twitch. Twitch was still popping. So I appreciate y'all hitting the thumbs up too. I'm going to end this poll. This poll is going to end with 58% wanting the home run trade, that's 100% where I'm at. I'm with you guys right there. Lots of votes in that poll, man. 54%? Okay. All right. That's good stuff, man. We get a lot of interaction on that poll. I appreciate that. That's good stuff. That's right, Lazy. Twitch still standing, still strong. See, we can't post a question like that because if we do, it's like we know it's gonna get worse. We didn't think it was gonna get worse. I didn't expect. I'll be honest. I did not expect them to get their ass kicked last night. I really didn't. I actually thought they'd come out, salvage a game on the road trip, get back home. I thought they could compete and potentially beat Toronto. I did not expect them. When I saw 11-0, I knew they ain't got it in them to come back from this. Which, like, man, how many years has it been where we're talking about like how pivotal the start is for the Sacramento Kings? Whether it's the start of the first quarter or the start of the third quarter. Hey, right on, Fred. No, I'm truly hesitant to spend money on a negative test and parking. Oh, I feel you. But, man, you should go. Man, it costs money to take a test? I didn't know that. It's kind of bullshit. That's weak. I didn't know that. I didn't know that it cost, but I get all the other stuff. Like I completely get all the other stuff. But you got the tickets, man. Fred, go have fun. It's good stuff. Go have fun. Just look at that as a night out. Night out. Yeah. Okay, there you go, Miss P. I didn't. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't know that, but that's crazy. That's terrible, man. Terrible. There you go. Date night. Get downtown. Yeah, true. All right. Yeah, I know there's one right outside, like literally right outside the arena. And I see people in all of the time.
You guys Zoom dress today.
Yeah, that's tough. Fam, I'm Zoom dressed every day. What you mean?
I wish, John.
Odyssey app 1320 AM, twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Wherever you are, we're so happy that you're hanging out and spending some time here with us today. Matt George going to join us coming up in about 30 minutes or so. I know Matt George was hanging out in the chat house earlier.
Matty G. Do we call him Matty Ice? I can't remember.
I think we have. Matty Ice.
It's kind of the de facto nickname for anybody named Matt right now.
I mean, it's tough to hit you with what Matt. Matt's already a nickname.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Like Matthew. Matty Ice. But Matty Ice, like, is that really a good nickname when the dude who's most known as Matty Ice is,
so you don't think he's clutch? Hey,
well, I mean, it's kind of done.
Well, it might not be done.
Good. He was MVP.
It might not be done.
Sorry.
I mean, the guy is humble hearts. The guy is out here willing his team to a possible playoff berth. A team that struggled early on, but he's out here doing a hell of a job pushing this team to try and make a playoff run, man. So Matty Ice is still alive and well.
Yeah, I see. That's the opponent talking right there.
Oh yeah, Niners do play the Falcons.
That's right. Yeah, I'm sure you forgot. Yeah. I'm sure you forgot. Speaking a couple of quick football notes before we get back to the Kings, or at least a quick football note. My partner is delighted to see that Las Vegas will host the Super Bowl.
Oh baby,
in 2024.
It's gonna be a movie.
It'll be a movie. It'll be something for sure.
Now look. I'm either going to be there or I'm going to be far away. And I'll tell you why. I was at All-Star Weekend in 2007. And by the day, it got uglier and uglier. Thursday, you get there, it was, wow, this is pretty cool. Friday, it was really cool. Saturday, by about 11 o'clock, I was like, I don't know if I should be on this side of the strip. Sunday it was like, hide your wife, hide your kids. Something to get out of here.
There is I can't stress this enough. Sports fans, particularly sports fans of the younger variety, you should probably experience All-Star. Sports fans of the younger variety who are single should probably experience an All-Star Weekend once. It's unlike anything you'll ever see.
Yeah.
It's, bro, I don't even know how to tell the stories of some of the things that I've seen outside, like venues. Boy. It's something.
But look, the bad thing
New Orleans was.
Oh man, I can't even imagine New Orleans. I really can't even imagine it.
It was wild.
New Orleans, Louisiana for the All-Star Weekend. I can't even imagine.
It was cold and there wasn't a strip of clothing in sight. Like you'd have dresses and there's walking through cobblestone heels, like shaking. They trying to get into the party. They can't get in. Oh man, it is. You've got to.
You got to. Now, the unfortunate thing for some of you young
grown-ups, stay at home. Young folks, go give it a shot.
Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself. Now, the unfortunate thing for the people that we're trying to give this advice to is you might have to wait about 3 or 4 years. It's ugly right now.
Oh,
our weekend.
Cleveland.
It's ugly.
Salt Lake City.
Oh,
What was the other
Indianapolis.
one?
Oh, it's ugly right now for All-Star Weekend.
Somebody went into the NBA offices and said, we need to tame All-Star Weekend down. What do we do? Let's go to Cleveland. Let's go to Indianapolis. And let's go to Salt Lake City.
Man.
Ain't nobody going there.
No. It's ugly right now. But the NFL is picking up where the NBA left off.
Meanwhile, they're in Los Angeles.
Is it New Orleans?
Miami? Oh, is it New Orleans?
It might be. I don't know. It's a heavy hitter though. It's a murderer's row for the next 3 years. It's like L.A., New Orleans, Vegas. Come on, man.
Comedy.
Come on, Super Bowl. I've never been to a Super Bowl weekend though.
None in San Francisco?
D-Lo and KC live on Radio Row.
Oh, dude, those things are so dumb. Radio Row is such
I hate that week of
trash.
radio. I really do. I used to hate that week of radio.
It's such trash. It's like, hey, interview. This idiot I used to work for got on like the headset and was like, yo, hey, let's go. I need you to interview Crockett Gilmore. Yo, who the is Crockett Gilmore? He's a football player. He was like the 3rd string tight end for somebody. So we sat down and faked this interview. Like I had no clue who this dude was. I think he was like the 3rd string tight end for the Ravens or something. And he like, okay, yeah, we're talking, and I'm waiting. Like, does this dude have to sponsor something? It's such trash, man. It's like when you used to do like radio music awards, and they'd be like, oh yes, here is the contestant who was eliminated from this show before it ever aired, and they're talking about Clorox. Go interview them. It's like, yeah, dude. Like, no.
Yeah, I used to tap out of because I still am an avid listener of radio, but I would definitely tap out during Super Bowl week.
And you do all that, with the hope because you'll have like 10 of those less than stellar interviews made available, and you feel like you have to do them in the hopes that you'll get Jerry Rice. Right. You'll hope that you'll get, the 1 or 2 big interviews that might actually be there.
We are going to be live for WrestleMania though.
We are.
Yeah.
Oh, confirm. Wait, what WrestleMania?
LA.
Los Angeles? Oh, okay.
We going down there. We broadcasting one of them days from, I don't think they have a Radio Row, but.
Well, it's weird. Actually, they do. I think they do have a Radio Row, but WrestleMania is on Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah. We'll be there. We'll be doing it live
from NXT, live from the Hall of Fame.
We're gonna have to find a way to get out of our other obligations, but we'll be there on that Friday.
Yeah, no problem. We'll be there for sure. Dr. David tweeted us. Dr. David is finding gems of tweets with trade proposals in it. He's got this one that says trade Sabonis to Sac for Fox, Tyrese, and 3 to 4 first-round unprotected picks.
Oh my God.
Okay, Brody. You got it.
Come on, man.
Man. God bless Twitter.
Polo wants to know, does KC turn into James Harden for NBA All-Star Weekend? No. Quick story about that.
You did not answer that properly.
No.
You should have been like, of course not. I would not do that.
Well, look, this is what happened the first All-Star Weekend I went to in Vegas. I was done. I was about 23. Done by 7 p.m. Thursday night. We got in at noon on Thursday.
Oh.
I was done.
You're done for the whole weekend?
I was done for that night. I hoped up and got myself together by about 12:30 that night, and I didn't drink the rest of the weekend. I couldn't stand the smell of liquor for the rest of the weekend. So that's a roundabout way of saying, no, I don't turn to James Harden because I didn't drink that all weekend. Yeah,
that happened to me. That happened to me in Vegas for the Radio Music Awards. We were working all day, no food, no nothing. We were just working interviews. And then it was like, yo, there'll be dinner up at this rooftop thing, dinner, drinks, everything. They'll take great care of you. Just go change clothes. We'll all meet up at the rooftop.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like dead starving at this point, right? Go change, go upstairs. Food's not ready. But the alcohol is.
Yes, it'll get you.
Ooh, boy. So it gets late and you're throwing them back. Like I finally get to some food, but like you've consumed a lot of free alcohol. So much the night. That was the first time I met Hulk Hogan. I saw off in the distance. He walks in with Brooke. This was before we did the interviews the next day. He walks in and it was the first time I'd ever seen him in person. 12:30. I call my mom. Mom, you won't believe this. I'm at this party with Hulk Hogan, and my mom's like, "Yeah, that's great, honey. Like, are you okay?" I was like, "Yeah, no, I'm in Vegas. Like, I'm at this party with Hulk Hogan." She's like, "Okay, honey, well, go say hi and like call me tomorrow." So hang up the phone and walk over to him, and of course he's meeting everybody. He sees me right away. We come in, and that's the picture I have over here to my right, where a young D'Lo is flexing. I'm actually trying to push my muscle up so it looks,
the old tricks. But that I'm telling you that. Well, that's what got me in Vegas.
Oh, the next morning,
man, I'm telling you,
had to wake up early to interview Destiny's Child for their big reunion thing. Had to wake up at 7:00 in the morning to interview them. This is a true story, for 90 seconds. I had 90 seconds with two big ass bodyguards, two big ass armed bodyguards behind me with a stopwatch saying you've got 90 seconds to do the interview. I'm dead serious. And I'm looking at my program director like, what did we do this for? Like, we couldn't get station drops. We couldn't do anything. So we tried to make the most out of it. I think I'd already thrown up like 4 times by that time.
Yeah.
All bad.
But that bad. No food will get it to you. That's how I got in Vegas. I got in at 12. I had a bag of corn nuts. And then I had about 6 or 7 straight Long Island iced teas. And it was a wrap. It was a wrap.
I used to do those Long Island iced teas at Sidelines because the bartender was man, that's why Sidelines only makes the Patreon version of the show. It doesn't make the radio YouTube version. That's what Sidelines is behind the paywall. That's too much even for the stream. Jeez.
Yeah. So to answer Polo's question, no.
What the hell was Polo's question?
He said, "Do I turn into James Harden?"
Oh, that's right.
No, I'm too old for that now. I didn't already, took my lumps.
Yeah, I can't do that anymore.
Super Bowl weekend. I know I barely even get drunk anymore. I know how to drink like a grown person. Like I know how to, eat, drink smoothly. Even though somebody can keep pouring Sacramento splashes in your cup, I know how to handle that.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta watch out for dudes who just walk around filling up your cup, man. Shoot, I gotta watch out for it. Like this weekend went pretty well. We had a little gathering. I was smart enough to like eat because when people get over here, I don't really stop to eat. I try to make sure everybody's happy, has everything. I kind of become the host, right? So I try to make sure everybody happy. But I always got my drink in my hand. But I'm never eating, so I knew let's eat before it all be good. Because the last time we all got together, I didn't have a chance to eat. But
we were pouring them back.
I was like, I woke up the next morning cussing at myself, like you what are you 20? Like, what are you doing? Like, grow up. Ain't nobody in sight. It's just me. I'm talking to myself like, you need to grow up. Stop acting like this. because you can't do what you used to do. By the way, you're listening to
No, I was just saying we got it now. Though we got it.
Oh yeah, we got it.
We get together. We got the system down packed.
Woke up feeling like $1 million Sunday morning. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Jesse, how did you feel Sunday morning? Just out of curiosity.
Jesse was getting it in.
Well, Jesse was sampling. Like I think Jesse had some bamboo. I think he has some Sacramento Splash.
Oh man, we almost had to pull Jesse out like Kellen Winslow coming out of the house. Kellen Winslow Sr.
Every 10 minutes, someone was pointing out something outrageous Jesse had just said. Yo, D. And then Jesse would immediately say, look, here's what I said.
I don't even know.
I think you also got.
Let's just keep it real, Jesse. Oh, jeez.
Okay.
Yeah, the man said YG's better than Nipsey. That's one thing he said.
Did you have an outrageous Bret Hart take too? Oh, okay.
No, he kept saying Hulk Hogan was trash. Oh yeah, like Mike. I said like Mike was trash because like Mike is trash. You said West Coast rappers. West Coast has better rappers than East Coast. Did say that.
No, that's tough.
I mean, I said they're getting close, but they're not there.
That's tough.
Yeah.
It's fun times, man. We don't get to hang out like together in the same room very often. So when we do, man, we definitely have fun.
Good times.
We're going to talk to Matt George here on the stream in just a couple of minutes. He's been doing great work over at the Locked On Kings podcast, obviously, as everybody is aware. The Kings, there's a fellow child here on youtube.com/ESPN 1320.
Stop.
And talking about hip hop there, which in honesty, talking about hip hop and in poor drinking decisions, that's better than talking about what's going on with the Sacramento Kings, which we have done extensively for the last 3 hours. We do have our Week 13 power rankings, which we'll throw out to you tomorrow, as well as some thoughts on the San Francisco 49ers. So we'll dive into that. Kings can't lose tonight. They can't get blown out tonight. So that's a good
thing.
That's a good look for all of us.
Mm-hmm.
But how they, I got a lot of eyes on. There's going to be a lot of eyes on them tomorrow. A lot of critical eyes, because it's like, oh, okay, oh, players only me. Oh, so y'all have talked about this.
Mm-hmm.
You do know the issues. You send Harrison Barnes to the podium pissed off. All right, cool. How are you going to come out and play against the Washington team? That's pretty damn tough.
We'll see.
And shout out to Miss P. Shout out to Miss P. I should have had this transition. To bring it back around, the Kings drive us to drink. And that's what, dude, that's true story. Last night, I sat down and was like, all right, this is what we're doing. I got this YouTube work to do. Grabbed that black bottle of Bumbu XO and was like, all right, this is the kind of night it's going to be. Going to get through this game one way. That's probably why I was firing off so many tweets last night.
He was firing them off, too.
He was firing them off. Just a couple XOs deep. What you want from me?
The phone was in hand. He didn't put the phone down last night.
I was tired of watching that team get their ass whooped. That's what it was. Yeah, I was firing them off. You don't bother me any.
But, tomorrow against Washington, I mean, we'll just have to see. And the other thing about that is they've lost this fan base right now, at least the people that are, go to games. I feel like they've lost this fan base. And the good thing about Kings fans is it doesn't take much to get them back, but they're gonna have to win some games to get them back.
I also think like this fan base is like really passionate. So if they're not going to games, they're still watching them.
Mm-hmm.
And they want this team to do well. It's why we come up with different trades. It's why I hate the line of this fan base is broken. Like, no, it's not. It's a fan base. Now, individuals maybe what we were saying the other day, streets were catching a body. The streets caught a body, streets want a body. Like the Lakers game, following the Lakers game. That Lakers game took a lot of people out. But the fan base as a whole, I don't think a fan base is broken. I think the fan base is made up of fans. And we all have different ideas of what we think can improve this team, whether it's to build around De'Aaron Fox or it's to trade De'Aaron Fox. I have a group thread with a group text thread with two dramatically different opinions on De'Aaron Fox.
Mm-hmm.
One sending screenshots of him slumped over with the hood on his head at the post-game podium. The other one acknowledging, it's like, get him a better roster and see what happens. Fill the roster out with some more competent players. That's part of being a fan. Like, it doesn't mean you're broken. It just means you're passionate about this or about this team. I'm right. That.
And I'm not a big fan of that phrase. No particular reason. It's just like,
What phrase? Broken?
Broken. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, broke such and such. Like, nah, man. Just tired of seeing losing basketball. It's not that complex.
Mm-hmm.
Like, tired of seeing losing basketball, and we've seen the same thing for the last couple of years. And that's why you're not going to get myself, I'll speak for myself, get me excited by winning 3 games in a row, or a good performance or two. Talking about, see, look now, you still got the same takes on such and such. Like, no, because being able to do it once or twice has never been an issue or never been something that has been something you had to worry about with this team. They can do it once or twice.
They do it regularly. Yeah. They come out and get 2 or 3. Yeah.
The issue is always, can they build on it and be consistent? And they have not been able to do that for years now. Years.
Yeah.
This particular group.
And then, like you use the analogy, this group needs to be broken up, and they need to be. They can't sit in the same class anymore. We need to have different leaders. You need to have different voices, and most of all, you need different talent out there on the court. Like, that's really what this all boils down to. We could talk about chemistry stuff. We could talk about how well they get along or not getting along, all those different things. They have to play better. Like, they have to do the basketball part of their job better. They have to do the defensive part of their basketball job better. We can come up with 10 different reasons about mixes and all of this different stuff. They have to be better. And that's it. That's what it boils down to. More than anything else, that's what it boils down to.
Facts. And one of the things that they got to get in the habit of doing is, like, if they got guys out here that aren't being better, then if you're talking about what Alvin Gentry was talking about, like, we'll find somebody who will get it done. Like, really be about that. Monty McNair be about that as well.
Mm-hmm.
You can't go trading for guys, every week. I'm not saying that, but we shouldn't be going with this particular group. Shouldn't be going 3 weeks with the same guys out there.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think so.
And with December 15th finally being among us, and this is there is no significance. There's no like, okay, at 3 p.m. No, 9:01 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. It is December 15th. So if you signed a contract this offseason, you're eligible to be traded. I don't know why that rule exists. I don't know what the purpose of it is, but it does. I feel like Trevor Ariza was traded 27 times in a week. But I guess he didn't sign a contract extension or a new contract, so that doesn't really matter. But I don't understand the purpose of this. I'm sure there's a reason for it, but as Jason Anderson noted, I think the Woj numbers were 64% of players are eligible to be traded right now in 6 hours. Like 85% of players are eligible to be traded. And then the ones that aren't, Rashawn Holmes actually isn't one. Different types of contracts, different types of provisions on when they can be traded. So I don't know what this means for the Sacramento Kings. I don't know what it means for Monty McNair. If you're thinking about someone, like, what it does is it allows Terrence, Mo, I guess Alex Lynn to be traded, and that's it. Those are the only guys who are eligible to be traded, at least on the Kings roster. Those would be the only guys who are eligible to be traded in 6 hours that aren't eligible right now. Is Mo Harkless, Terrence Davis, and Alex Lynn. Unless I'm missing something, that's it.
No, what's the
I ain't worried about them. I'm talking about Marvin, Buddy, and maybe the bigger thing is who he has his eye on, that or a combination of players that he has his eye on, or a combination of players that other teams are looking to move.
And Marvin's deal is just expiring. That's all it is. Because it's expiring, and then the team that gets him, they have the ability to do the
I think they could do the qualifying offer.
I got you.
I think they could do. I think they could do the qualifying offer. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% positive on how all that works. But what's most important, is the expiring. That's what's important. Yeah. At least I would think that's what's most important to teams. This is an interesting stretch for the Kings, and we'll talk about that. We'll get Matt George's thoughts on everything that went on in the game last night, everything that went on in the post game last night, and everything he expects to see moving forward. It's going to be an interesting next 3 weeks or so for the Sacramento Kings. So we've got that coming up next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Tell Kamara, sorry. Like I didn't see that at all. Oh, my bad. I don't know why I don't have this in a spot for me to see.
Aldrin. First of all, Jesse didn't even say My Crazy Life was YG's best album. He said Still Brazy was better than anything Nipsey did. That's crazy. My Crazy Life is that was, I was down there when that came out. My Crazy Life went crazy. Like, it went crazy. Nothing's better than Victory Lap. YG's done some great stuff. Like, I can maybe listen to somebody trying to say they'd be wrong, but saying that My Crazy Life is better than Crenshaw, saying it's better than Mailbox Money, but YG's never done anything on the level of Victory Lap. Victory Lap might end up being
Grammy, didn't it?
It was not Grammy nominated.
No,
it might end up being one of the great hip hop albums of all time.
Oh, that's true. That's a very true story. What's up, Matty Ice? Matt, we can't hear you, buddy. Something's all sorts of staticky wrong over there.
Oh no! What do you Matt?
I'm gonna pod you down while you're doing it. Worked out. That sounded a little rough. Nope, still no. Do I got you prodded up on the right? KC, can you say something?
Check 1, check 2.
Yeah, I got KC. I just don't have you, Matt.
That's weird.
Oh, wait, there you are.
There.
Hey.
Just sort of delayed.
Hi. Is it delayed?
Yeah, I don't know.
Nah, it's a little better.
Oh.
Okay.
The internet is apparently sick of us today. It is just not. It is not cooperating, and it's bled over into Matt George's internet now. Hi, Matthew.
I just upgraded my internet, and I got a new PC too, so this shouldn't be happening.
No, I don't think it's you. I think it's. I actually think it's me and YouTube. But no, we're good now.
Good. Well, y'all gonna make me talk about the Sacramento Kings? Fine.
Oh yeah,
Hey, there we go. Let's go.
Yeah,
let's go, Matt George.
You're gonna talk about the Kings, right? Let's talk about the Kings then.
That's how we do it.
I'm gonna need more of that by the time we're halfway through this thing.
Yeah, you got that McQueen bottle open pretty easily. That's a tough bottle to open at times. It's harder to open. It's harder to open when you put it in the freezer. I've had
a lot of practice. I've had a lot of practice with those McQueen bottles recently.
Yeah. It's good stuff.
Usually while I'm watching games.
It's good stuff. Are you? So what are we going straight or?
Oh no, we got what's called a London lemonade, which is just gin and lemonade.
You need to get it. It's a blueberry lemonade. Stop playing. You have a Sacramento splash.
There it is.
That was it was
Matty McQueen. I'm with it. Matty McQueen.
All right, now I can talk about the Sacramento Kings.
There you go. That's a good way to do it.
On Saturday, Damien, by the way. That was good stuff.
Oh, good. All I did was really throw the fruit in there to make it a little, give it a little extra pop.
See, I have to up my garnish game, like mint or
it's important.
Lemon garnish or like sugar around the rim or salt around the rim for certain drinks. I got to up my garnish game. My garnish game is weak.
It can pop. It can make something pop.
My cousin who now lives in New York, but he invented a specialty drink while he was going to college in Boston, and he calls it the it's like a Jolly Rancher schnapps or something. I don't know what the heck he makes, but he like combines mint with, he actually puts like a Jolly Rancher in the drink, and I was very not interested in it. I can't remember what kind of alcohol it's in either. And he made it for us like last Christmas, and I tried it and it was incredible. Really, really good. So I never thought that Jolly Ranchers would be a good mixer, but they are apparently.
Okay.
I've heard that before.
I get it. I get it. Makes sense. All right. Hang on, guys. On the Odyssey app, on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, and on youtube.com/ESPN1320. Happy to welcome in the host of the Locked On Kings podcast, our man Matt George, who is casually sipping on some McQueen and the Violet Fog gin, which that's his pre-show prep to get ready to talk about the Sacramento Kings. And I thought you sounded awfully relaxed during last night's podcast, and that this explains everything.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it absolutely does. And I also said on last night's podcast that I watched the entire game or every second of that Toronto game. And at one point during that game, actually, that's not true. I lied, because there were about a minute and a half of the game that I missed because my nearly 4-month-old baby vomited on my like chin and neck. And it was my favorite part of the game. I got to stand up and I got to take a break and clean vomit off myself, and I had a better time.
Everybody throws up watching these Kings.
It's wild. Yeah.
I bought him courtside seats for his birthday.
There you go. There you go. He'll fit right in. Just vomit down there. Man, what are we doing?
Well, by the way, quick note too. It's now Locked On Stockton Kings, because I'm talking about a team that plays hard and a well-coached team. No disrespect to Alvin Gentry. I feel so bad for Alvin. That's actually, I'm sure that's going to be a talking point that we bring up today, but I don't know if you guys heard my follow-up question to Alvin after he, on 2 separate occasions, tried to take ownership for the team not being prepared. And I basically asked him last night, I was like, hey, Alvin, like, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but you're now the 3rd coach that this team has failed to be prepared for consistently. They have these issues. It's been this core. And I asked him, like, what more can you and your coaching staff do to prepare this team? He admitted, or he said earlier on, that like the game plan was for them to play better defensively, get out in transition, and the Kings didn't execute that game plan. So it's one thing if you implement a game plan, and maybe this is what happened with Walton a lot. You implement a game plan and it's not working and you don't adjust. That's on the coach. But if you implement a game plan and the players are executing that game plan, how can you take ownership for that? Your game plan wasn't wrong. You never find out if it's wrong or not because it was never executed in the first place. And his game plan is not elaborate. His game plan is play defense, just stop somebody, score. Like that. Alvin Gentry's game plan is like what you tell a middle school basketball team at this point in time, and the Kings can't execute that. So I appreciated Gentry's answer. He said, look, like the day that a head coach says that there's nothing more that he can do and starts blaming the players, like he can't be a head coach anymore and he's never going to be that and he's never going to say that. And I appreciate that, because you can't in this players driven league. But nobody in their right mind should watch what happened in Toronto, watch what happened during this road trip and gone, yeah, that's on Alvin Gentry. Nobody. Well,
no, not how they played out, but he did do some things that were puzzling. And I'm not blaming it on him, but I mean, the fact that Terrence Davis is just out of this rotation and you're giving these minutes to Buddy Hield, why?
Yeah, what's strange to me about that, Kenny, and I'm glad you brought that up, is when the Kings won, what was it? They won 3 of 4 or something like that. Buddy's minutes were held to, on average, like 20 to 21 a game.
Right.
And now that Buddy's minutes have started to come up, and Terrence Davis was really hot during that time. Now, granted, the Kings were dealing with some injuries. Harrison Barnes wasn't playing, and we knew that minutes were going to be shaken up. But we all discussed last week, we thought the minutes being shaken up, the minutes were going to come from guys like Chimezie Metu and Buddy Hield, not Terrence Davis, who's been playing so well. So yeah, that's a puzzling decision too. You definitely can talk about Gentry's rotations, and I'm not saying he's blameless by any means, but everybody who's watched Kings basketball over the last 3-4 seasons knows that the bigger problem is this group. And I don't know if I mean, you put Greg Popovich here in Sacramento, and things are probably better because it's Pop. But I don't know if Pop could save this core at this point in time. This group just does not work, and they're incapable of executing basic fundamental basketball. I don't know what more we need to see to make that untrue.
What's the most glaring thing you see when you watch them play?
Jesus.
Like if I ask you, like if you're ranking, like why are the Sacramento Kings in the position that they are? Like what's the first thing you're putting on the list?
They're weak, like mentally and in some cases physically weak. But like I look at this team and I just see a weak team. I see a team that falls into the same mistakes game after game after game. I see a team that folds and then attempts to make a comeback, like in the Cleveland situation. Like Cleveland is another perfect example. It's the same thing with the Phoenix Suns game at home earlier on in the season. It's a perfect example of the Kings really second or almost third unit playing hard, making the final score look a lot more respectable, so that when you look at a box score that you don't get the full story of that game. Like the Cleveland game was an absolute beatdown. The Phoenix game was an absolute beatdown. And we shouldn't look at it any other way just because Davion Mitchell and Damian Jones had that team within striking distance for a short period of time. Now, no disrespect to them, no discrediting them. I think it shows their quality, how they're willing to stay ready and how they can make positive impacts when they come into the game. The sad part is, though, this team almost relies on that and needs that before. And we've seen that a handful of times this season, that the starters go and sit their ass on the bench, and guys who barely play and make a 10% of what the starters are making come in and save the team or get the team back into it. It's sad, but it's what this team is. So most glaring thing, D-Lo, there's a ton of glaring things, but the most glaring thing to me is that this team seems to make the same mistakes. They don't learn game in and game out. And I have no reason to believe that it's going to change.
You talked about Alvin Gentry stepping to the podium last night and speaking about that game, trying to take responsibility and accountability for the things that went on. Another guy that came to the podium last night, well, there was two guys specifically, but one I'll talk about here, De'Aaron Fox came to the podium. Mm-hmm. And I've said a number of different times today, if I'm going to be hard on De'Aaron Fox for the way that he presented himself and the way that he came to the press conference after the first Raptors game at home, when they got beat down by 30 plus with the hood over his head, slouched back, one-word answers. I'm going to acknowledge what I saw last night, which was I felt like he looked a lot more like a leader last night. He stood up. He gave engaging answers. He talked about it. I think he did the same thing on Friday when he missed the free throws. So that doesn't get you wins and losses. But I'll say this. I think that gains get you some respect in that locker room. When it's going bad, you stand up, you answer, you don't slouch, you don't put the hood over your head, you don't say one or two words. You come out there and you answer it like a leader. And that's what I thought he did yesterday. I see your facial expressions. You don't really think it matters one way or the other.
Yeah, like him going on a 30-second to 45-second answer where he throws in 17 different cuss words during that time. Like, to me, that doesn't suggest leadership. Like, maybe it's a little more engaged than when he was sitting back, like not making eye contact.
And leadership.
Yeah, what? Sorry, say that one more time.
Being engaged and being present for the press conference. That's the leadership.
Yeah, but did De'Aaron Fox say anything last night that if you're a teammate, you're motivated by it? I think De'Aaron Fox, one, made an excuse for this team, and two, I did appreciate his answer when James Ham asked him, like, do you care about winning, right? And Fox called it a stupid question, but not directed at James, directed at like anybody who's questioning my desire to win. That's a stupid question. Like, so I kind of appreciated that answer, although I still need to see it. But the biggest answer that he gave that I guess could be inspirational, which I didn't find inspiring at all, is he goes on this minute-long answer where he's talking about there's a difference between effort and being sharp. And like, I fundamentally disagree with almost everything that he said there, because I question effort with this team on a nightly basis. And it's something as simple as De'Aaron not lifting his hands up, closing out a shooter. I mean, the Charlotte Hornets game, Book Knight, not a good 3-point shooter coming out of college. Book Knight is on one. I don't know what, hit 6 of 8 from 3-point range. His 6th 3-pointer, he got a good look from the wing. De'Aaron Fox closes out on him, and his hands are by his sides. And Fox is not the only one to do this. So, like, I disagree with De'Aaron completely that it's not a question of effort. It's a question of sharpness. No, this team isn't sharp, but the effort is definitely to be questioned nightly from this group as well. The effort of now De'Aaron's effort has gotten a little bit better, at least offensively. Defensively, it's still a nightmare across the board. But I go back at your question and your comments, Kenny, because I sat in that press conference. I listened to every word that he said, and I couldn't find anything that was motivating. It sounded more like excuse making to me.
It wasn't supposed to be a motivational speech. It's just standing up and talking about where they got to get better. And he didn't do that the first time they got beat down by Toronto, and he did that last night. And when he talked about harder and smarter, like, I agree with you. I think they need to. There's moments when they need to play harder. But what I took away from that was you can run around like a chicken with your head cut off all day. Buddy Hield does that. If you're not sharp, nobody questions whether Buddy plays hard. Like, he plays hard. He goes hard at everything he does. He just doesn't do what you're supposed to do a lot of the times or what you practice. So that's what he talks about when being sharp. Like, yeah, you go out there, you play hard, you run the floor hard, you come off your screens hard, cool. But if it's not in the flow of the offense, if you're not doing it the same way on the defensive end, or if you're like in the Charlotte game, Buddy Hield goes hard after this perceived loose ball from Miles Bridges, but just leaves Caleb Martin in the corner wide open. Like, yeah, he went hard, but that wasn't smart or sharp to go do that. And that's what I took from De'Aaron Fox more than anything. So it wasn't a motivational speech. It was more so of, this is what's going on. This is what's need to be fixed, in my opinion.
Okay. No, I hear that. And I guess my ultimate takeaway from that is this team is neither plays hard consistently enough or is sharp, period. I think that was my takeaway.
I think you're right about that.
And here, let's hit the pause button for 1 second so you can actually, and everyone can hear what De'Aaron Fox said.
I mean, the thing is, it's not about just like playing hard. You know what I'm saying? It's not too many people in this world that could be a lazy motherfucker and make it to the NBA. You know what I'm saying? Everybody played hard to get here. Everybody plays hard when they're here. It's about, just being sharp, everything that you do. Obviously, with that second group that they had, Toronto, there's no one out there that's just going to go out there and get a bucket. But everything they do is quick, sharp, to the point. They know exactly what they need to do. And they're running to a T. You know what I'm saying? It's not too many teams in this league that are running complicated stuff. It's just not a thing. Most people have a coach from a similar coaching staff and they copy whatever coach that they were under, and everybody's running the same. So when we're out there, it's just about being sharp. Now, if it's a loose ball, 50-50 ball like that, then yeah, it's about playing hard. But when you're out there and, coverages, your coverage ain't about playing hard. Your coverage is about being sharp. So when we're out there running a play, it's not about just, you obviously want to run the play fast and get into your, but it's not about doing the play hard. It's about doing it sharp. So, if the timing is off, that's not about playing hard. That's about being sharp. If we a coverage where you're not supposed to switch and you switch, or vice versa, whatever it may be, it's not about playing hard. It's about being sharp. You're not giving up 130 because you're not playing hard.
No, that's false. That last sentence was false.
Yeah, he said the playing hard, sharp thing like 5 times. Yeah, he said that several times there.
The last
really trying to drive that home.
You are giving up 130 because you're not consistently playing hard.
So to your point, Kenny, yes, he's more engaged. It's one of the most engaged answers we've gotten out of De'Aaron Fox, but it didn't tell me anything. I didn't learn anything from it. It was just him more pointing out more mistakes that this Kings team has. We know this team doesn't play sharp. I question whether this team is capable of playing hard, and they don't play hard for the entire game. They do have stretches of playing hard. They do have moments. They do have guys who play hard. A lot of times it's those, like I talked about, guys like Davion Mitchell and Damian Jones, when they'll come in and play hard just to get you back in the game. But you can't tell me that you were playing hard or sharp coming out of the gate when you're down 11-0 in the first 4 minutes of the game. You can't hit a shot, and then it takes a 10-0 run for you to get back in. Most teams use a 10-0 run to either, if they're behind, take a small lead, or if they're in the lead, build a comfortable lead. That's what most people do with a 10-0 run in the NBA. You can't rely on the game of runs that is basketball just to get you back into a game on a nightly basis, especially 4 minutes in. Like that doesn't say this team is sharp or hard at all.
Mm-hmm. And the lead is down to 27 here at Toronto as we head to the fourth quarter here. Don't go anywhere. The Kings are on a 9-0 run. They're down 17. Anything can happen here in the final 4 minutes.
I love Mark Jones because
Mark didn't say any of it. Well, Mark said some of that, not all of it. I embellished some of that, but
he said a couple of times the Kings will be down like
to 27.
Kings will be down like 15 or 20 with like 6 minutes left, and the Kings will get one defensive stop. And he'll go, well, Katie, then you're going to need a few more of those. A few more of those.
Well, he's right.
Hey, look,
they are.
The Kings might fire me if I was a play-by-play guy. Because I'd be like, who gives a damn? They're down 24.
Well, I'd be on Echo. Y'all could go do something else with your evening. There is no reason for you to stick around here.
And God bless Katie, man. I don't know if she's being encouraged to do this or she generally feels this way, but if there is anyone and I love Katie, if there's anybody that pushes if Buddy Hield hits his first shot, it'll get him going narrative more than Katie Christensen. I don't know who it is. And I love her for it because they want so bad. It must be an initiative from the team because that's what the team wants you to believe, that if Buddy gets going, this team is at their best case scenario. And
I'm pretty confident somebody's monitoring those broadcasts based on some things we saw yesterday. I'm pretty sure the Eagles' eye is out there watching NBC Sports California.
Eagles the wrong thing again.
Man, goodness gracious, as usual. So what's the next move then, Matt? Because we can break down games over and over again. We talk about what do the Kings need to do right now I would say to salvage this season, but the fact is the goal was to play in, right? The goal was the postseason. That's what Monty McNair told us. That's what former head coach Luke Walton told us, that those are the goals. That, like it or not, that goal is still very, very much within reach. So what has to happen now?
See, I push back with that a little bit because, and I've seen people talk about this on social media, the goal was always playoffs, not postseason. So people saying that the Kings...
I don't think so.
No, because I always got the understanding that it was playoffs, not postseason, meaning I don't think it was ever going to be considered a success for this team to make the 10th seed barely and then get knocked out and call that a successful season.
That's because you were listening to D-Lo and KC, and that's what I said. But I'm pretty sure Luke Walton said, with the, play-in format, we want to take advantage of that. Or maybe it was Monty. Maybe it wasn't Luke. But I know play-in was talked about.
Yeah, but I always thought it was going to be, because I remember asking Luke after last season when he talked about the playoffs, I asked him specifically, hey, does it matter how you make it via the play-in, or do you want to be like a top 6 seed? Does that matter with how you accomplish your goal? And he kind of rolled his eyes at me and said, no, it doesn't matter. Just get in. So at least I got the understanding that from both McNair and Luke Walton, and even Luke's opinion doesn't matter because he's gone. We're talking about the general manager, Monty McNair here. The goal was always for this team to make the playoffs. Nobody in their right mind could see this version of the Sacramento Kings, maybe with a few changes at the trade deadline, make a 10th seed. There's no way, I have no reason to believe that this team, if they make it a 10th seed, is going to win 2 games in a row. They're capable of it, but I have no reason to believe it's going to happen to actually make the playoffs themselves. I'm not worried about if they finally do make it into the playoffs and get swept in the first round. That don't matter to me. I'm talking about the play-in specifically. If this team makes a 10 seed, then is knocked out by the 9th seed in one game on the road, okay, that's not a successful season to me. If anything, you're right back in purgatory, and that doesn't count for me as breaking a playoff streak. I don't know if by technicality it would break the postseason streak if the Kings want to spin it that way. I sure as hell am not going to on Locked On Kings. That's still a failure of a season to me. So, in a long-winded way to answer.
Salty today.
I am salty. I need more drink.
Well, look, I'll ask this question though, Matt. If that's a failure of a season, then what were your expectations? Did you expect them before game 1 of the season to be in the playoffs?
Yes.
Expect them. Okay.
Yes. My goal for this team was to be in the playoffs, or everything else was a failure.
Not what you wanted. What did you expect from this team when they talk about what do you think their record is going to be? Because what we want and what you expect are 2 different things. I want the 49ers to make the Super Bowl. I don't expect them to make the Super Bowl.
Casey, I want the Kings to win a freaking championship. I don't expect the Kings to win a championship. What I expected was what Monty McNair preached and what Luke Walton preached, which was making the playoffs, getting to the postseason. And I don't consider the the play-in, being eliminated in the play-in, as making the postseason. It was always about playoffs with this team. It was about ending the streak. This team is talented enough to make the freaking playoffs in the Western Conference if they're capable of playing together, which now we see they're not. That's what I expected with this team, and anything else was going to be a failure. And I said at the day 1 of the season, I said 2 weeks before the season started, I was not going to adjust that bar at any point over the course of the season. If the Kings decide to tank and blow everything up and sell at the deadline, which they're not going to do. But if they decide to do that route, that doesn't make me say, okay, now the bar is changed and now the optics have changed and getting the best pick possible means success for this team. Hell no. The bar was always make the playoffs or it's a complete failure. And I'm not budging off that. And I haven't budged off that at any point over the course of this season. I don't think the team deserves to be budged off that. D'Lo, going back to your question, what can the Kings do right now? There's nothing that the players or coaches can do, in my opinion. We've seen what they're capable of doing. I don't give a damn about a players-only meeting. Nothing's going to change. They're going to talk and they're going to come out and do the same exact thing that they always do, which is fold when they get punched in the mouth. So the only person that can save this team is Monty McNair. And if I'm Monty McNair, even though it's not the 15th yet, and I can't trade everybody yet, even though I think you just talked about the players that like Terrence Davis and Alex Len and Tristan Thompson who become available for trade, that doesn't really change too much. But I'm on the phone with Boston right now. I'm hounding them about Jaylen Brown. I am constantly calling about Jaylen Brown, bugging Brad Stevens, and I'm including Fox in that conversation or Tyrese Halliburton in that conversation. Not both, but one of the two of them without hesitation. I don't understand Jason Anderson's report if that is true. I'm definitely calling about Domantas Sabonis. Miles Turner doesn't move the needle for me. I'm not the biggest fan of Ben Simmons, but I'm calling about him. Monty McNair needs to swing for the fences. What does this team have to lose? Missing the playoffs again? Great. Setting this team back a couple of years? Who cares? Like if Monty doesn't make a move now, this trade deadline, I think determines his job. I hope he doesn't lose his job if the Kings don't make the playoffs, because I think that would be absurd and everybody would know the problem is still here in Sacramento, which is ownership, not Monty McNair. But Monty is the only person that can save this season, in my opinion. I did a whole podcast recently devoted to that. Be on the phone, look for that all-in move. You have to make a decision. There's no more fence sitting. Either make an all-in move, and you have to trade talent to get talent. That means Fox, Halliburton, Mitchell, Barnes, all these guys are available in conversations. You're not trying to just sell them for nothing. Or you do sell them for nothing. You try and acquire draft picks. And you completely tank, which I absolutely hate that route. But make a decision. No more of this fence sitting crap, because this Kings team is going to continue to be in the same bad spot that they're going to be in. And in terms of like draft picks and future assets, if I'm Monty McNair, I'm including draft picks in conversations like they're gifts on the Oprah Winfrey Show. I'm tossing them out everywhere. Like, yeah, first round, unprotected or protected. Absolutely. We can consider this. Like the Kings I don't care about draft picks going forward. And that's one of the most valuable assets that this Kings team has, because they're almost guaranteed to be lottery picks. Like, use those, go all in, try for a swing for the fences move. If it fails, he's out of the job. It sets the Kings back, but who cares? This team's been garbage for over a decade and a half. Like, make a move, try something. That's the only thing this team really hasn't done.
I was going to say, if this was a different show, I think I'd have to say rack 'em or something like that.
Sweating. Why am I sweating?
Well, you're passionate. I'm getting text messages from people about that rant you just went on. Pour some more McQueen in that red cup, buddy. I mean, you didn't say anything wrong right there. Like we're I agree with everything you said. So I'll ask you this: they have an interesting few weeks ahead. They don't leave California till January 7th, or they likely leave the 6th. They don't play outside of California till January 7th. They have a ton of home games.
Mm-hmm.
Is that good or bad? Like, is them turning things around strictly predicated on a deal being made? Like, what do you think the next 3 weeks look like for the Kings?
Well, to part of your question, yes, I think them turning around is completely predicated on them making a move. Now, the good news is, because the West is so bad, that McNair doesn't have to make a move tomorrow. Like, I think this Kings team could finish out this month of December, even get through partial of January, maybe make it to the trade deadline and still be in the mix to actually make the play in. Because I still think, like, best case scenario, this Kings team is able to make the playoffs through the play-in. They're not going to be a top 6 seed. It's not going to happen. So if you can stay where you're at within a game or two, make the improvements, firmly put yourself in the play-in, and then actually look like you belong there and are capable of winning a couple of games to get into the playoffs themselves, that's completely different from where the Kings are right now. But yeah, there are more home games this month. That's neat. This Kings team is worse at home than they've been on the road, and they just got their ass kicked in 3 straight games, with the exception of the Charlotte game, but Charlotte was missing 7 freaking role players. Yeah, like, okay, you're going to be home. You're going to be in a half-empty building because a lot of people don't care. Like, I made the joke last night, but it's kind of not a joke. Like, getting Kings tickets for Christmas is basically coal this year. Like, people don't want to go and invest their money to watch this product that's been made adamantly or very, very clear. And that's not just home Kings fans. That's road Lakers fans weren't even coming to the building on a weeknight to watch their team play. So like, there is a ton of opportunity if this team is going to salvage anything and is actually going to make a change after a players only meeting. This is the perfect opportunity to do it with winnable games in your building. Do I believe anything's going to be different? No reason to believe it.
I feel you on that. I mean, there's no reason, like you just said, to believe that anything would be any different with this group. And that's why you say he doesn't have to make a move right now. Yes, he does. Like, I don't want to see these guys together anymore. How about that? I don't want to see these guys together anymore. And I can't imagine waiting until later into the season or the trade deadline to do something. Been saying this team's been dying for 3 weeks. And Monty McNair's been sitting on his hands, waiting for value and all this other stuff, while the team is just hemorrhaging blood left and right. And no, this is a perfect time to move on from somebody. You've had 10 games with Alvin Gentry. Nothing's the same. You know, you're getting worse on the defensive end. Move one of these guys ASAP. Buddy, Bagley, both of them. Hell, if the deal is right, I wouldn't be opposed to moving Harrison Barnes at this point. But you can't keep these guys together.
So I agree with you, Kenny, but you also have to have two to tango type thing, which is why I said the only thing Monty can do is be on the phone right now and calling and constantly bugging these guys and trying to be aggressive and make a deal. The other team still has to agree to it. And I still feel like I still get this feeling. I've talked to James Ham about this too. I wonder if he's brought it up on your show. Like, it still feels like everybody's kind of waiting to see what happens in Philly with Ben Simmons. And I don't know if that opens the floodgates. I think we talked about this last week too. Now that may have shifted to Portland with Dame and CJ. That might open the floodgates. It feels like everybody's just kind of waiting. And then once it happens, we're just going to get a barrage, especially now with Indiana making their way into the fray as sellers, and there being 4 potential big names available there. So, but Monty, what he can't afford to do, to your point, Casey, he can't afford to wait. He can't afford to say, I'm not picking up the phone and calling Brad until either one, I hear a rumor of another team going after the guy I want, which should be Jaylen Brown. Like, Jaylen Brown makes so much freaking sense for this team. Jaylen Brown is almost everything that you've asked for this team. Like, as soon as I read, I was even talking about the Kings going after Jaylen Brown before that report came out that Boston is going to break up that Tatum Brown duo. Like, I've loved the idea of Jaylen Brown in Sacramento for years.
By the way, I need to say this. Wasn't that a Bleacher Report?
Was it? It might have been.
I think so. I just feel the need to point that out because, well,
yes,
we all know why.
Understood.
So I just wanted to point that out.
Regardless, even if you take that report out of it, Boston has been.
There's enough there to believe that there could be. Yeah.
Boston has been a failure. They're disappointing. They're locked up in terms of finances. And if they're going to make a change, they're going to have to build around one of those two guys. And I think we all agree that guy's going to be Tatum, right?
Yep.
So if they choose Tatum over Jaylen Brown, Monty, swoop, and I'm sure they would love the idea of a Tyrese Halliburton or De'Aaron Fox there. And now I'm always going to be hesitant to say I want to trade one of those guys or include one of those guys in a package because I do believe they can work here in Sacramento. But like I said in the rant, you got to trade talent to get talent. You're not going to get talent that's going to make a difference here in Sacramento for Buddy Hield, Marvin Bagley, and a first-round pick. You might be able to swing Sabonis for that, but you're going to probably have to include a lot of first-round picks to get that deal done. If you want to get a player that's actually going to make a difference here in Sacramento, you need to trade valuable players, which means Fox, Barnes, Halliburton, and Davion Mitchell all available in conversations.
I want to mention James Harden just went into COVID protocols. So did Bruce Brown. That's 7 Brooklyn Nets.
I know you guys have an opinion on this. At what point does the NBA consider taking a break? Can they do that? They can't do that. They have to power through.
Nope.
Yeah.
Yep. There'll be game postponements like there were last year, but there will be no pause. There will be no shutdown. There'll be no, that's not happening again.
Yeah. They definitely gonna stay pushing there.
Yeah. They lived through that before, and they're not going to do it again.
It's not just player and coach on coach contact too. I mean, we talked about the whole thing that basically canceled or postponed the Kings Pelicans game when this all started, which was officiating crews bouncing from game to game and city to city too. Like they are directly involved in that. So even if the Kings don't play the Chicago Bulls, but they get an official that officiated a Bulls game, suddenly it's here in Sacramento. Like, I mean, we got a ticking time bomb here. I hope the NBA powers through and all this can go away, but that seems like wishful thinking.
It's adorable. You're worried about the NBA. We've got a ticking time bomb in this country. Like, this is life. This is how we're going to see each other from ever, right here on this live stream. This is how we're going to do it.
Come to think of it, though, if the Kings games are postponed, they can't lose. So,
well, we did have a theory. If the Chicago Bulls had the Kings on the schedule, the NBA would have let them play.
And they would have won by 30.
Right? It would have just been like, recent events have decided we're going to forego some of these COVID protocols and just let these 6 guys play against the Kings and see how it goes.
Alex Caruso goes for 75, and the Kings give up 80 points in the first half. Perfect.
81.
Sorry,
in the first
81.
Half.
You're right.
81 in the first half.
Unbelievable. Just ridiculous.
Boy, you are hot today, man. I'm with it. I like fiery Matt George.
I'm physically hot too. I'm dripping right now.
Yeah, that's
sweating like Patrick Ewing over there.
Matt George over there at the free throw line in the fourth quarter.
I feel like,
hey, buddy.
I feel like Kenny Thomas on a pregame show.
Well, better than Kenny Thomas on the postgame show yesterday. Would have had to reel him in. Like, hey, Kenny, take it easy, buddy. All right, so we don't know how to fix it. We've identified the problems, and I think you kind of alluded to this a second ago, Matt. Or you didn't allude to it. You flat out said it, and this has been my concern all day. Is okay. You've had a players only meeting. You came out there and you tried to be passionate. My man Kamara said De'Aaron didn't do nothing but throw out a word salad. There was no substance to what he just said, and like, okay, that's fine. But you've allowed it to be out there now. It's all out there. What's the excuse if you come out flat against Washington? What's the excuse if you get blown out by the Wizards? Like you have no fallback now. You've acknowledged it all publicly. It's out there, and you've got a game to play on your home arena tomorrow that's likely to be very empty, and it's all out there in the public.
That's why I appreciate Harrison Barnes so much, because the amount of times that Harrison's been thrown to the wolves after bad losses like this, and he even mentioned that last night. He said, like, oh, I've talked to you guys after bad losses, or only after bad losses, it seems. Like he knows, and he's tired of it too, but he doesn't take the podium and try to make excuses. And I'm not saying other guys do necessarily, but Harrison takes the podium and goes, I know I sound like a broken record. We need to do this. We need to do that. We need to do this. We're still not doing it. Okay, bye. Like, that's basically that's what I appreciate about HB. To me, there are no excuses for this team. Now, the players and coaches can try and fabricate them and come up with them. Hell, I'll try and come up with them on the Locked On Kings podcast just to give me something to do during a game. But Harrison Barnes is not going to mince words. And it sounds like that was the whole point of this players-only meeting, that behind closed doors, excuses weren't going to be made. Like, the calling out needs to happen and accountability needs to happen. But like we've already talked about, I don't believe it's going to make any inkling of a difference over the grand scheme of things. Now, maybe they rattle off a win or two and we start to feel a little bit better about this team, but we've also seen them just recently go on a 3-game win streak and then go on the road and look absolutely terrible and look like nothing's been fixed. So I guess the answer to your question, D-Lo, is there is no excuse left for this team. The only excuse that this team could have is everybody getting COVID or getting hurt, which, knock on wood, we don't want any of that to happen, of course. But Richaun Holmes being out isn't an excuse to me, because you've been able to win without him. And I love Richaun. He's a very important piece of this team, but you should be able to overcome that. Richaun Holmes is not a superstar. Richaun Holmes is not an all-star. He's a damn good player, and I love him, but he's not that. I saw or heard one of your callers talking about the difference of Tyrese Halliburton's numbers when Richaun Holmes is in the game and out the game. That's awesome, because we know that Tyrese and Richaun play very well off each other. If Tyrese is as good as we expect him to be, that can't happen. Like, Tyrese cannot disappear when Richaun Holmes is not playing. Your career cannot be completely dependent upon the big man that you play with. Like, that can't happen if you're going to be the second best or maybe even best player that the team chooses to build around if they decide to trade away De'Aaron Fox. Like, that just can't happen. So, yeah.
The 3 games that they won last week against the Clippers twice and against the Magic. I mean, it was against the Magic. Those 3 games were the 3 fewest minutes Buddy Hield has played all year and the 3 fewest shot attempts he's had all year. I don't think it's a coincidence.
Not at all.
I'm not saying it's his fault, but I don't think it's all his fault, I should say. But I don't think that's a coincidence. And for whatever reason, Alvin Gentry went away from that. Just went away from it. They hadn't won since. He's back to playing 27, 30 minutes a night, all this other stuff. And I don't understand what the reasoning is behind those moves. And maybe
especially with the way Terrence was playing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Terrence Davis was playing well for you. And you make that decision to go that way. So if things are going to turn around, I'm not going to even say 0 minutes. I'll have a heart today, even though there's an argument to be made for 0 minutes, but you got to reel him back in. Like it's got to be, hey, you got about 5 or 6, 7 shots max. You go over that number, you're coming out.
See, this is where conspiracy theory, Matt, comes out, and I don't necessarily like it because it feels like I'm grasping for straws. But like, to me, it doesn't make sense. You're trying to showcase Buddy Hield so his value increases. Every general manager around the NBA knows exactly what Buddy Hield is. Like they know what Buddy Hield is. That's why the Lakers ended up choosing Russell Westbrook and making the wrong decision and taking Russell Westbrook over Buddy Hield. No. And then,
well, they're in a better place than where Buddy Hield. Like Buddy Hield ain't doing nothing. Lakers 15-13.
I think Buddy Hield would have actually done something on that team because he would have been, I think, reeled in on that team. But I could be wrong. I could be exactly wrong. And by doing something, I mean
shots here.
But by reeled in or by doing something, I think I mean like averaging 13 points a game, maybe 15 points a game.
Ain't no way.
Oh, good.
Okay, fine.
You were having such a good day.
Buddy's terrible. Buddy is not going to be traded to anybody. He's a 2 points per game player on 3 minutes a game.
I didn't say that, but he ain't 15. Is that for damn sure?
I think he could have fit
well. Not on that.
He's getting 15 right now with like 17 shots a night. He ain't getting 17 shots with the Lakers.
All right, don't yell at me. Leave me alone. All right, I'm trying to make a point here. Damn it. Number 2 is the conspiracy theory that I've always fallen back into, and I hate it because there's no fact behind it. It's all just rumor and speculation. But we know that Vivek Ranadive loves Buddy. We know Vivek Ranadive wanted Buddy Hield. And we know that Vivek has instituted his impulses, his desires in this team in the past. Again, I have nothing of fact to say that this is what's going on. All I can do is try and connect the dots and say, how does this make sense? How does it make sense that Alvin Gentry makes the right decisions with Buddy Hield and playing time and the Kings are winning and then just goes away from it out of the blue? Matchups doesn't make sense. The only thing that makes sense to me is someone told him to play.
It's the only thing that makes sense.
I just can't believe that.
It's hard to believe.
I agree.
He was nearly traded, like very publicly. Like, I don't know. You're right. That's conspiracy theory.
I agree. And I agree. But it's like, it's trying to connect the dot. And that's the thing with this team.
Matt,
things don't make sense.
Matt, we've got to go.
Okay.
So we've got to end the show. You sounded like he was about to go for another 2 minutes. You was on fire today, Matt.
I'm good.
You're today's MVP for sure. Yes, indeed. Matty McQueen is my new favorite Matt George. That is for sure. Matty McQueen.
Oh my God.
Oh wow, he's throwing out the bottle. Okay. That is a surefire sign that this show needs to end. We appreciate you so much for being with us. We'll have week 13 power rankings. We'll talk some 49ers and we'll get ready. The Kings and the Wizards tomorrow at noon here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Boy, Matt, how you a little woozy over there, buddy?
It's hot in here.
Matt,
you're drinking.
Matt,
stop. Of course it's hot.
Matt heard all those stories about us out drinking. He was like, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and do this.
Y'all made me talk about the Kings, man. I needed it.
Yeah, well, they make you do that. They make you do that. Absolutely.
And yes, Zebra, wife and son are gone. How could you tell?
Oh, okay.
How could you tell?
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, good stuff.
Matty McQueen.
Are you recording anything tonight?
I probably should.
I want to make sure I get the full experience. Matt got his Brett Barish on. Yes, indeed. Oh man.
Toss me the jersey or toss me the trophy.
Oh man. They loving them some Matt George. They got them alcohol hot flashes. Good stuff, man.
Such a
That's
lightweight
good
too.
stuff. I got multiple texts when you was going off about
that was fun.
that. Yeah, that was we cut that, let that live on social media, man. That was good stuff.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Alcohol does that, I guess.
No, I mean the Kings do that.
Yeah,
but
the Kings do that.
It was just a good honest assessment of what you're seeing.
Steve and Matt drowning the sorrows. Yeah.
Well,
yeah. Like I talked about this on yesterday's podcast too, and we didn't talk about it, but I'm curious if you guys feel this way. Like, is this the most frustrating or like hard to watch team during this drought, or that at least that you can remember?
Easily. We talked about
good.
that earlier. Like
Good.
easily.
Because I don't know, like I genuinely dread when the Kings are playing right now. Like I just dread it. Like I don't want to do it. I don't want to sit there and watch it. I have to, but I don't want to. And it's the first time I've ever felt about that. And this was from a guy who used to buy tickets all the time to go see Beno Udrich and Jason Thompson and John Salmons lose by 40. Like I looked forward to those games because that was Kings. That was before the relocation era. Now it's like, God, I don't want to watch this team at all.
They're not fun to watch at all.
Yeah.
They're just not.
They are not. And now we gotta see what they could do tomorrow.
I never turned my light on.
Would have made you hotter.
It would have. It absolutely would have.
Oh wow, they got Reggie and Ray Allen at the
Garden.
Tonight.
Nice.
Is that a TNT game? Yeah, it is.
Tuesday, I would think so.
Yeah, it's on TNT.
Stuff is so good. Like it's gonna sound like it's just sponsor nonsense, but I did not really drink gin before McQueen, and now it's up there with rum for me. Gin and rum are the only really things that I drink now.
We got to get you some bamboo.
I would try it.
I'll get you some of this.
I'm still waiting for my blue. I'm still looking for it.
You're gonna
wait. I'm gonna wait.
Dude, my boy Io loves this. I put the 2 bottles out. He drank both of them.
I've considered robbing your house. Like
these are the last 2 blue bottles I have left.
No lie, I don't think I've had blue since we left Rick Ross's house.
I hadn't had any because I had those 2 in the fridge and I put them out last minute. It was like,
oh boy,
dude, you have them. Like, what are you holding on to? Like, put them out for people. So
I got one there. I think I got 3 in the.
Hey, buddy, why don't you go get some water?
I do need to slow down.
Okay,
I do need to slow down.
Matt, we're gonna let you go because I think the longer you stay on with us, the more you're gonna drink.
Come on, no, let's keep talking. What's next? What are you guys doing tonight?
You gotta.
Can I come over?
Nope. Go get some. No, no.
You stay right there.
Go get some water, buddy. We'll see you. We'll see you next time. You did a great job today. There he is. All right.
Later, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, buddy. We'll see you. Great work.
See ya.
All right. Oh, that's good stuff.
Oh, that's funny.
All right. We'll Matt shut the party down. So we'll get out of here.
We got a rare bit of sunlight. The court isn't wet. We're going to play basketball.
There you go. Go get that ball in. Thanks for getting through all of those YouTube issues as well. It was a really good day on the live stream. So thanks for kind of getting through that. All right. We'll see y'all tomorrow.